Okay, if everyone is ready, we can start now.
Recording in progress.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to October 16th meeting of the Palo Alto Architectural Review Board. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Chen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adcock,
Here.
Board Member Hirsch,
Here.
Board Member Dojard,
Here.
Board Member Rosenberg.
Here.
For the record, we have quorum.
Thank you. And next is agenda changes, additions, and deletions for the meeting.
Good morning. We do have a change on the agenda for this morning. So we will be hearing agenda item 3 first, and the study session, agenda item 2 will follow. So just swapping the two.
Thank you. So one quick question is we may have public comments for the wireless project. So if they come late, then what should we do?
If public comment follows, say, an action that was on the item, I mean, we could open back up the public comment just to have those who took the effort to come in person heard.
Okay, thank you. And next is public comment. This is the time for anyone who wanted to speak from the public, who wanted to speak on an item that is not on the agenda. If you want to speak an agendized item, you will have time for this later this meeting. Do we have any public comments?
To Chair, I've received no raised hands on Zoom and no speaker cards at the moment.
Okay, thank you. And next, I will hand it over to Steve for city official reports.
All right. Well, good morning again. Let me share my screen. Should be a pretty brief report for today. So we don't have any items planned for the November 6th upcoming agenda. There was a city project that was slated to be heard at that hearing, but the items have not yet been wrapped up. So we may consider potentially canceling the meeting if there's no other items that are made available for that November 6th. As for meeting schedules, we do have 4 meetings left of the year. So we're drawing to a close of 2025. And in that packet, that should have some of the projected 2026 schedule meeting dates available. And if there are any planned absences, please direct that to staff's attention and we'll make note of that. And with that, I can entertain any questions that the board may have.
Any questions from the board at this time? No? Okay, so we will move on to action items. The first one would be the third action item on our packet, which is a public hearing quasi-judicial 250 Hampton Avenue, requested by AT&T for review for Tier 2 wireless communication facility permit application for a small wireless facility with modifications to the existing wireless antenna and associated equipment at an existing streetlight pole in the public right-of-way fronting 1661 Page Mill Road. Staff recommend that the ARB to recommend that the Director of the Planning and Development Services to approve the project based on the findings set forth in Attachment B and conditions of approval in Attachment C. Any disclosures?
Drove past the site again. Other than that, nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
No disclosure?
None.
None.
Okay, with that, I will hand it over to staff for staff presentation.
Good morning, Claire Raybold, Manager of Current Planning. I am pinch hitting for Nishida today, who's out of the office currently. So presenting this Tier 2 small cell wireless facility that's returning to the ARB after last month comments. Again, it's located in the right-of-way near 1661 Page Mill Road, which is in our research park area. The facility includes removal, or the project includes removal of existing wireless equipment, including one canister antenna, one radio, one equipment cabinet, and related noise-producing equipment from the existing pole, and now includes an adjacent equipment cabinet removal. And then they are proposing equipment on the pole that includes 3 new convection-cooled RRUs and 2 new antennas. In the last ARB review, ARB asked to clarify the volume calculations to ensure that this meets the 28 cubic feet threshold to continue to be processed as a Tier 2 small cell wireless facility, and also asked that the applicant explore alternatives that provide to the equipment design with the intent of reducing equipment on the pole, such as providing more equipment in the existing cabinet. The applicant responded by making modifications to show the volume calculations for equipment to be removed and equipment to be placed, and show that it's less than 28 cubic feet. So it will continue to be processed as a Tier 2 small cell wireless facility, which is subject to a 60-day shot clock. The applicant ended up removing the existing utility cabinet located adjacent to the pole. And because of that, they did not end up putting the equipment that was on the pole into that cabinet. The applicant did express, staff had been exploring with the applicant whether the disconnect switch could be modified in the plans that were presented to you. It was still provided on the pole, but the applicant did express to staff just today that they have been able to work out a design with our utilities department to move that disconnect switch down into the underground cabinet as well. So this is just a visual of the existing proposed. So if you can see, the cabinet that's existing here is now being removed. There is equipment currently in there that's city equipment for the light as well as fiber that will now be undergrounded. Staff recommends that the ARB recommend that the Director of Planning and Development Services approve the Tier 2 small cell wireless facility application for modifications to an existing wireless communication facility in the public right-of-way based on findings in Attachment B and conditions of approval in Attachment C of the packet. And with that, I'll turn it back to you and recommend that you hear from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. At this time, do we have any questions to the staff?
Just clarification on, so the disconnect switch is being moved to a underground vault as well, is that correct? Did I understand?
The
that correctly?
disconnect switch, they've indicated they can move to an underground vault because it's not reflected in the plan set. We would, if you were planning to approve the project, we would recommend that you include that as a condition of approval. And I'm sorry, I did forget to mention that I did want to note that there were a number of residents who wrote into the ARB. So hopefully you had a chance to review all of those comments. There were about 50 or so members of the public that commented and expressed their support for your comments in the last round, essentially.
If no additional questions to the staff at this time, we will move to the applicant presentation. You will have 10 minutes, and please state and spell your name for the record. Thank you.
Representing AT&T, MARC-GRABISCH. Thank you, board members, for your consideration here. First, I do want to clarify some misstatements that were made in the prior ARB hearing. The General Order 95 does not obviously apply to a city streetlight pole. The majority, probably 90% or more of the applications that we make do end up on PG&E utility poles. Even PG&E, they do own light poles as well. In this case, obviously, this is a city-owned light pole, not on an existing utility pole. Also, the statement as it relates to undergrounding of the facilities, that is, it's just too prohibitive to be able to put an underground vault that would require access for a person to be able to maintain the radios. That's at least 10 feet, in some cases 10 feet by 20 feet. You've got existing underground utilities for sewer, water, electric, communications, that there's just not enough space in the right of way with all that other undergrounded utilities to fit a cabinet that not only requires space for a person to be able to access and maintain those radios, but also to have climate controlled equipment so that it's a safe working environment, and also provides cooling for the equipment that's in there. Additionally, under the small cell order, the exorbitant costs, if you could even do a cabinet, a vault like that, the exorbitant costs would make it extremely limited to be able to actually build small cell facilities, and that would be a material inhibition of services. So we cannot, for those stated reasons, underground the radio equipment. In this case, we are able to remove that existing cabinet and underground the fiber connection that we have. Currently, that sits in the cabinet, and we're undergrounding that. In addition, as staff noted, we worked with the Palo Alto Utilities to be able to underground in a vault the disconnect switch. So rather than having a disconnect, the connection to our equipment is a fused connection. And so a worker is able to just disconnect the fuse. And we already have existing sites that we built in the city that do not have disconnect switches on the light poles. For us, it was a safety issue just to make sure that city workers are aware if they have to go change a luminaire that they have access to disconnect, because we already have established nodes. Without that disconnect switch, it doesn't present a problem for Palo Alto Utilities, and it's not a problem for us. So I'm glad that we were able to address those. I know that the United Neighbors had mentioned the fact that if you approve this, and then you're going to have a whole bunch of additional equipment that has to get approved under 6409. The reality is the city still owns that pole and has rights of ownership to the pole, and can control additional equipment outside of its permitting authority because of the ownership rights that it has on the pole. Additionally, 6409 eligible facilities, if that structure does require a pole replacement, it no longer becomes a 6409 eligible facility. So when you start adding equipment, that will typically put light poles over the structural capacity requiring a replacement, and then it would no longer be a 6409 eligible facility from that respect. So just wanted to address that as well. With the proposed design that we have now, interestingly, this site, when it was initially approved as an ODAS facility, it was approved with the equipment on the pole itself. The reason that the equipment cabinet ended up coming about was because in order to accommodate the ODAS equipment at that time required a different pole that had more structural capacity than the city's standard light pole. When we went to construct the facility, and then the city realized at that time that it required a one-off pole for that structural capacity, they determined that they didn't want to have a one-off pole. They wanted to be able to just replace that pole with a standard city light pole. We had offered to provide spare poles in that case, but we worked it out with the city in order to come up with the ground cabinet. So the original approval was for the radios and that equipment to be on the pole itself. The equipment cabinet came about because of that structural issue. So there is a lot of limited capacity on these poles to begin with. And again, what we're proposing here, I pass the site every single day, and I notice that equipment cabinet on the ground. Typically, they take up a lot more space. If you look at the volume that equipment cabinet takes up, including not just the radios, but the fans, you've got a noise producing site out there. And I notice it all the time. As I'm driving along the road, we've mounted the radios on the opposite side of the flow of traffic. So those radios would hardly be noticed because they'd be concealed by the pole itself. And traffic that's coming on the opposite side of the road probably wouldn't even notice it because it's, they're coming from the opposite side, not looking over in that direction, hopefully if they're driving. So what we have presented is as sleek a design as we could possibly come up with. On one side of the pole, you barely would notice that the radios are there at all. On the opposite side, the fact that we are concealing the elements that the electrical lines and the coax that come out of the radios makes it as much of a stealth solution as a bulky cabinet that has, fans and other things. From a 64.9 eligible facility perspective, the cabinet and the light pole almost become two separate 64.9 eligible facilities because you've got wireless equipment housed on both structures instead of just one structure. So those something for the board to consider, as well as the fact that if, in majority of cases, bulky equipment cabinets in the right of way take up space on sidewalks and end up having issues for ADA purposes. And so the precedent of ground cabinets typically is not a preferred solution. It's not in terms of the issues that they present in and of themselves. In most cases, we've moved to convection cooled equipment. So the initial ODAS equipment that we had out there required fans, and that was an issue I think that a lot of residents had because those fans, even though they did meet the noise standards of the city, it's still something that is out there as residents found as a nuisance. So we've removed those elements by taking the equipment out of the cabinet and putting it on the pole. So for those reasons, we respectfully request that you do recommend this to be approved to the director. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So before questions to the applicant, we will move on to the public comments. Do we have any public comments at this time?
To the chair, I received no public comment cards, and if there's any, there is one raised hand on Zoom.
Okay.
Yep. Ariel Strauss, you mean now?
Hi, good morning. Am I coming in okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. It's good to be speaking with you again. My name is Ariel Strauss. That's spelled S-T-R-A-U-S-S. I'm an attorney at Greenfire Law Council for United Neighbors. I'm glad we heard some of those corrections from the applicant's representative that match what I pointed out in my letter from September 25th. I don't know when you received it. I just saw it in the packet a couple days ago. Such as that GO95 is not applicable and this pole is not owned by PG&E. So any PG&E standards and GO95 standards really should not be applied to this facility. I also want to point out that some of these concerns about what would happen in a different location, it's really not the right consideration, I believe, for the ARB in trying to assess the best and highest quality design for an individual location. So I see this sort of as a sample of how perhaps the ARB will be related to additional applications that may come down in the future, and to look very closely at this specific location on this thoroughfare and the options that you have and the considerations you need to have to maintain the facility as stealth under subsection I-5 of the ordinance wherever possible, and that the cabinet is a stealth option in the sense it does not look like a cell tower. It looks like a standard utility cabinet. As compared with those radios on the pole, those definitely look like cell equipment, with the result that it will eliminate the ARB's future ability to regulate attachments, and also is much, much more conspicuous. Contrary to what the representative said from AT&T or the applicant, the FCC has been explicit that city ownership of poles in the right-of-way does not allow the city additional rights that would apply if this was a city-owned building, for instance. Obviously, if it's a city-owned building, the city could exercise its sort of ownership rights and decide what tenants wants or such like that. That's not the case according to the FCC when there are utility poles or light poles involved. So there are those very serious considerations for future designs that should be taken into consideration at this point. But I think the most important thing I want to point out, this was also in a letter I sent to the ARB a couple days ago, and that is simply that the small cell designation is made at the point in time when the application is submitted. That's true for both sides. So the city can't change the shot clock timeline halfway through or much later in the process after 10 days. Same is the case on the applicant side. The application was submitted was not a small cell application because it did include that utility cabinet, which put it, as we saw in the updated calculations, over the 28 cubic feet. So this is a 90-day shot clock. That's very important, I think, to make sure that staff and everyone is getting this correct at the outset and at every stage along the way, because it has very serious implications for the rights of the public to participate and just the process that you can go forward with in terms of asking for additional iterations or things like that. So I want to point out what's said in my letter from the 3rd, that this is not a small cell site because the application shot clock is determined at the point in time when the application is submitted. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions if it happens that you have any for me later.
All right, thank you for your comments. Do we have any other public speakers?
I've received no other public comment cards and no raised hands on Zoom.
Thank you.
Through the chair?
Yeah.
I just wanted to notify for the public, we did receive, as Staff Member Raybold said, we received a lot of emails from the public about this. And so we have read those, we have received those. And I, would assume that everyone on the board has read them. So just wanted to put that on the record that those did come in, even though we don't have public speakers here today. There was a lot of communication via email.
Thank you. So we will move on to
I just wanted to also note, if I may, that the applicant has expressed a willingness to a tolling agreement for an additional 45 days in order to allow time in the event that there is an appeal on this project. So
that's great to know. Thank you. So this time would be the applicant rebuttal. If you have anything want to say to respond to the public comments.
I would say that I don't agree with the calculation that was provided for whether this is a small cell facility. Again, if the city is preferring us to put equipment in a cabinet that is bulkier than is what otherwise is required for this installation, that extra bulk should not be considered. Additionally, the ground pad itself should not be considered in that calculation. Otherwise, all cities could just sit there and say, well, we want you to do this structure that now makes this no longer a small cell facility, and that would just be a means of bypassing federal law. As you can see, the presentation that we have and the design that we have is clearly a small wireless facility, and I don't believe that calculation was correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now basically the time for questions to the applicants and or staff. Who want to start? David?
Yeah. Could you come back? Is there any reason why you've picked a certain height on the pole for installation of these radios?
Initially, with the disconnect and there's space that's required between the radios in order to allow that convection cooling and not have, if you have the radios spaced too closely together, then you get the hot air from one going up into the hot air of another. So a little bit extra spacing allows cooler air to flow through for that convection cooling.
Is there a calculation on the distance between the radios within the cabinet then?
Within the cabinet, if it's in the equipment cabinet, you mean, or?
Yeah.
Well, in the equipment cabinet, there's active cooling from fans. So you can have things spaced closer together because you do have the additional fan cooling.
Oh, okay. So, but on the pole, are there fans in there as well?
No. That's the benefit of an open air solution like this, is that the radios have convection cooling and don't require active cooling components like fans.
So the distance between the radios
so the distance between the radios is usually I think about a foot, but you also have electrical lines and coax cables that have to have a certain bend radius as well, so that they're not kinked as they enter into the pole to make it their way to the antennas. So that spacing also includes the bend radius for those wires.
So in the particular cabinets that these radios are in, you would have that, but is that, the bottom of them is shaped like a sort of a funnel shape.
Correct. And
What is that for?
that is to shroud those components so that,
Which components?
again, so the radio itself is just a box, but that radio has connections for power, for fiber, and for the antenna connection, coaxial cables. So that is an extra shroud that we designed to conceal those components because they come out of the pole, they connect to the radio exteriorly. That shroud actually conceals those elements so that you can't see them as you're driving by or walking by.
So those are cable connections into the pole, basically at the bottom there?
Yes, and that funnel is a concealment element because it is concealing those connections that come out of the pole and attach to the radio.
Mhm. And you must maintain that difference in order to, or must you maintain that difference in order to keep the size of the shroud exactly as described there? In other words, is it really functioning that way on each one of those radios?
It is, yes. I mean, if we remove that, you'd see that would expose all the wiring that feeds those radios. Is there a different way to design that?
Yes, that's a question.
Potentially, but again, it's still, the funnel shape is the design that we could have something that comes out and is more tubular to attach, but because the radio connections, it's not just in one location on the radio, right? There's ports that are spread out. So you have the coaxial cables that come from the side of the radio and they work in, so that in order to conceal it, that funnel, it has to have that funnel shape as everything bends towards that porthole.
What if you had a single box for the whole thing with a shroud over the entire structure?
Again, you're left with a much bigger, bulkier solution. And again, once you enclose all those radios together, the hot air gets trapped in there, and then we'd have to add fans in order to provide cooling for the equipment.
Okay, I understood that. Is there any directional reason except for the sound reason that you described, to have those located on one side of a pole?
No, I mean, it does make it, if you have radios that are on opposite sides of the pole, then there is a spacing issue because you have, again, the coaxial cables that connect to those radios. They have to both feed in, and if they're on opposite sides of the pole, then they're both in that same entry point at that same height, and that does become an issue.
You've measured the pole at that dimension there to note that you can't get them into the pole?
We have not measured that. Again, you then have, if you have these boxes on the pole on one side, right, then from one side, they're not visible at all. Since we have three, you're always going to you're left with one that you'll have two on one side, one on another. Now you have both sides of the pole occupying space. And what I would say, actually, again, these radios with that funnel, in my opinion, right,
Most efficient way of
is the most efficient way of dealing with it.
Inside.
And there are so many other pieces of equipment on light poles these days. There's solar powered, there's battery backup, there's tons of other infrastructure that is not wireless related on city streetlight poles these days, that I would argue the way that we've concealed these radios makes them look like any other normal piece of ancillary equipment that exists on poles today, not look like wireless equipment.
Is there any reason why the height has been determined here?
The heights of attachment?
Yes.
Again, the only thing that initially drove those heights of attachment was typically the disconnect switch has to, and again, Palo Alto could have its own standards other than PG&E, and the height of attachment though is typically, so the public can't walk up and just disconnect it. So it's usually over 7 feet is where the bottom of the disconnect is, so that someone just doesn't walk up and have the ability to do that, but still can be serviceable by Palo Alto Utilities.
Right.
So that initial height of attachment is
Mhm.
driven by where the disconnect goes, and then everything above it is driven from there.
Well, where the disconnect switch has been moved now, right?
It has, and we can lower the radios if that's a preference from the
You could also
review board.
raise the radios.
We could raise the radios as well, but as the pole tapers, we do have
Connection issue.
just making sure that there's enough room for the wires to complete their bend into the pole.
But you
That
could
does become an
study,
issue.
you could study that, right? Yeah, that possibility.
We could study that possibility, and we could potentially raise or lower the radios.
Is there any reason why you couldn't symmetrically locate it facing outward? Or how does it do they face the radios? How are you spacing them? At present, the radios are, what's the radius, the way in which it's projecting its, whatever comes out of those radios, the signals from the radios. How does it direct it? Does it
For clarification, David, are you asking like, why are they facing on the side of the
Facing
pole
side
that
of
they're
the pole,
on
yeah.
right now? Okay, so
Exactly.
why are they facing away
why are
from
they
oncoming
facing
traffic?
the side? Good, thanks.
Well, again, the flow of traffic, we just determined that it's less intrusive if they're looking at this pole as they're driving by and the radios are mounted behind the pole. Like the pole itself would obscure the radios from sight, so that the majority of people that are driving by this would probably not even notice that the radios are there on the side of the pole that they're on.
But they could be on any side of the pole?
They could be on any side of the pole, yes.
So they could even be behind the pole and the transmission would be the same?
Correct.
Uh-huh, okay.
People walking by, I don't know, may find that more intrusive, but I mean, the orientation on the pole could be changed.
So, the last time we talked about this, we had this project here, we were looking for some kind of modification perhaps of the design of it. So it met kind of a general standard that we felt was more appropriate to design of industrial equipment like this kind of. But there hasn't been any intent to do that. Is there a reason that you have lived by this particular design?
We evaluated the options, and like I said, we were able to remove the disconnect switch, remove that equipment cabinet. And the issue of having the radios back to back with the coaxial bend does present a little bit more of a challenge and a complication. This is the most optimal configuration. And you also have, if a maintenance person if we have to have someone go out and repair or perform work on the radios, it's easier from an operations perspective to be able to have everything on one side of the pole so that they're there and they can work on everything rather than having to reset up and go to the opposite side of the pole as well. So it's more efficient, less time out there.
For your lift or whatever it takes you up to turn it around the other side of the pole. But that wouldn't apply if you moved it to the back of the pole or if you moved it to the front of the pole.
If all the radios are on the same side of the pole, then no, it wouldn't make a difference because once we're set up to work on it, everything is still in the same place.
Mhm. So all of the wiring is inside and then goes down to connect up to your street connections that you have there?
The power and fiber
Yeah.
will come from the underground, feed into the pole, and then exit the pole at each of the radio ports.
Mhm.
And then the coaxial cable from the radios connects to the antennas that are on the top.
The drawings that we received are sort of diagrammatic still. Does this process go back through the supplier of the shrouds and gets a more detailed drawing at that point or what?
I'm not sure what extra detail you're looking for.
Well, I was looking to see the back of the box didn't seem to visually indicate that there was any closure but there is no opening in the back of the box. Is that right? The shroud is completely four-sided all around the material?
No, the shroud, it does have an opening in the back. And again, that is to allow airflow to convectionally cool the radios.
So the box of the radio and whatever connections, if you were looking at it from the back, you're going to see the box of the radio itself within the shroud. You're going to see a wire coming out of the bottom of it if you are parallel to it in some way. How's that going to work? I mean, without a back to the box?
Well, the funnel is going to push the wires so that the back of that is essentially the pole would be obscuring that. But again, if you close it off completely, then you're restricting airflow, and then we'd have to come up with a solution that had active cooling and fans.
How about having some openings in the box, like a perforated piece to that?
So the radio itself is not enclosed in a box. That is the radio, and the shroud is the concealment element. It does have holes in it in order to allow that airflow. We could potentially look at putting a mesh backup on it, but again, it still has to come out, exit whatever that structure is to get into the pole. So you'd have a minimal amount of, concealment, because again, it's going to be concealed by the nature of it forming into a funnel shape. You have the pole, and then it goes right into the pole.
What happens with this design after you get an approval to proceed? You get a shop drawing from the manufacturer of the shroud? How does that work?
We have it manufactured. I don't know that we would update the drawings with any additional detail. We would have it manufactured to the spec that's provided.
Well, okay. I think, I won't comment on any more on it at the moment. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Lots of good questions. Any other questions?
I have a couple of
Sure.
questions,
If I may,
I'll go for it.
so there hasn't been an action taken at this time, and we did receive another public comment speaker card. Considering that this item was moved, we could open the public comment section. Just wanting to get that option.
Sure. Yeah. Can we have the public comments? Public speakers coming up?
All right. Yeah, through the chair, then I would like to welcome Jeannie F. To the mic.
Okay, thank you. Please state and spell your name, and you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Jeannie Fleming. I'm here on behalf of United Neighbors. On September 18th, you disapproved AT&T's application for a cell tower and directed them to return with a design that completely concealed the installation's radios, either underground or in a cabinet. You also told them to return with accurate volume calculations for their equipment so you could determine whether the facility they proposed actually qualified as a small wireless facility. Rather than adhere to your directives, AT&T has instead returned with a design that does exactly what you told them not to do, namely attach radios to the side of the pole. Specifically, they want to remove the existing equipment cabinet, even though this cabinet would easily accommodate the radios. Yet at the same time, they assert that without that cabinet, their only option is to mount the radios on the pole. How can this make sense? If what they're saying is true, why not just leave the cabinet? On September 18th, AT&T told you they could do what you asked them to do, and in fact have done it in other communities. So what's changed? Why are they so determined to hang radios on the side of the pole? I'll tell you why. If AT&T can persuade you that side-mounted radios are acceptable, they'll have removed the existing stealth provision from the pole, the provision set by your predecessors on the ARB that requires equipment other than antennas to be fully concealed. What approving the design AT&T submitted would mean is that in the future, AT&T could hang anything they wanted on that pole without the ARB's approval. In other words, they want to take the ARB permanently out of the picture. While AT&T cited other cell towers in Palo Alto as a precedent for the design they've proposed here, you must understand the ARB didn't review or approve the plans for any of these cell towers, not one. Please look at one example of what AT&T's so-called precedent looks like. Huge radios on the side of the pole, a thicket of multicolored wires snaking up and down, a jumble of antenna equipment at the top. This is what AT&T has done here when it was unchecked by the ARB. To turn to the volume of the equipment proposed for Page Mill Road, AT&T now admits that the cell tower they applied to obtain a permit for as a small wireless facility did not qualify as one. Not only that, they had omitted from their application the volume calculations that would have revealed that fact. This matters for a number of reasons. One of them is, procedural. That's because AT&T is claiming on the basis of an application that was unequivocally not for a small wireless facility, that they are nevertheless entitled to the 60-day shot clock that applies only to
That
small
concludes your
wireless.
time.
I have just a couple of seconds. May I finish? Thank you. In reality, the shot clock should be 90 days because that's the shot clock that would have applied had AT&T been honest about what it wanted to install. Having been caught misrepresenting how large the equipment they wanted to install was, why should they now get the advantage of that misrepresentation? Thank you very much for considering my remarks.
Thank you. And just a quick clarification, before you come, and the staff mentioned that the applicant agreed to enter an tolling agreement with additional 45 days. Is that correct? Yeah.
I'm
Just-
sorry, to add an additional 45 days to the shot clock, is that what you're saying? Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
glad to hear that.
Thank you for your comments.
If this wasn't part of the original.
Yeah, since you didn't use up all your 10 minutes for rebuttal, you can still come and.
I hope I can rebut your comments.
Through the chair, let's make sure there's no other speakers first, because the rebuttal should come after
Sure.
all of the speakers have finished. So just 1 second. Let's
Do
make
we
sure
have
there's no
any
others.
other public speakers at this time?
Sorry, give them 1 minute. It's a little occupied.
I don't think it's too late if you would like to speak. I think if you'd like to speak, and then you can fill out the speaker card afterwards, yeah.
Through the chair, our next speaker is Herb B.
Yeah, thank you. This is Herb Borog. Listening to the presentations on this item, it sounded as if they're going to be, equipment, contained, in some kind of enclosure, and that you would have in your decision-making, what are the specifications for that equipment? But that means that sometime in the future, they could replace that with something else, which might be more powerful and more dangerous. So there should be some kind of limits on that. Otherwise, once they have some equipment contained in an enclosure and they get approval, there's no recourse if they just switch the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, so do we have any other public speakers?
Yeah, I have no other requests to speak at this moment.
Okay, thank you. And to the applicant, you can come back to rebuttal.
Thank you. I do want to point out that in reference to stealth facilities, just because something is designated as a concealment element does not mean it's not still eligible for 6409. Under 6409, concealment elements can still be expanded as long as they still look like that original concealment element. So the fact that we have an equipment cabinet there doesn't prevent future 6409 eligible applications to be made against that, which allow for the expansion of that cabinet. And for base stations in the public right of way, that extends out to 6 feet. So as long as it remains as an equipment cabinet and continues to have that look and feel of an equipment cabinet, 6409 eligible applications can be made against it that allow for the expansion of that. So if you do approve equipment cabinets like this in the right of way, they are still 6409 eligible for expansion.
Other question?
Sure, yeah, if that close the applicant rebuttal, then we will come back to the board questions if we, sure.
To add to the questions before, did you get to see these drawings? The photograph of this pole with the wires coming out of the bottom? It's a wooden pole.
Yes, I am familiar with the applications that we've made on these wooden utility poles.
I note that actually on this location, the location of the radios in this are parallel to each other on the pole as to the height of the pole, right? I mean, they're both at the same height. So you mentioned before that you really couldn't connect more than one to the other. The way it's mounted here, they would have separate ventilation somehow, right?
These don't have, all these radios are completely exposed to open air. All the coaxial cables and fiber connections are also exposed, so there's no shroud that
No
conceals
shroud.
it.
Okay.
Correct.
But in terms of the location of the radios themselves, they're at the same elevation.
They are at the same elevation.
So is there any reason why you couldn't do something like that? Shrouds parallel to each other there on the height, at the height of the
It
pole.
becomes a much bigger and bulkier.
No,
again,
I'm not saying that the shrouds could be individual to the radios, but the connection.
We could mount everything similarly on the pole. So we could do the same type of radio installation on this pole as we do have on those utility poles. You'd have a much bigger shroud because you'd have all of that coaxial cabling running into the pole. We'd probably have to, let me rephrase this because I do want to, we have a lot more coaxial cables that have to enter into the pole at the same height, and that would be very restrictive. Structurally, we'd have to cut a porthole that might have an impact on that pole structurally because of the amount of coax that's coming in at that one hole. Again, this is all being concealed. When we have them separated on the pole, you have a smaller opening that's required for each individual radio. If you have all 3 or even 2 radios mounted on the pole at the same height, then you have a larger hole that's required to fit all of that cabling into the pole, and that could have an impact structurally on the pole itself. It is a feasible solution, as we've done, but it becomes much more bulky, much more unsightly. You'd see it, like utility poles are wider in diameter. So when you have everything on one height, they stick out more. And the way we have it now, the pole itself provides a lot more concealment when you're on the opposite side of that pole. If you have them back to back on the pole, they'll stick out on either side of the pole as you're driving along.
Well, might actually, I mean, you're limiting to an area around the pole versus a vertical series of them, the way you're showing them in the drawings that you've submitted to us. So it's sort of our judgment whether it would work that way, and you would get your diameters appropriate for the cabling through the pole itself.
I do believe that it would be restrictive for all 3 radios to be at the same height because of the size of the porthole that would be required.
The hole required. So have you studied that? I mean, you've given us one solution here. That's it. You've given us one solution with one direction to it, without saying it's a movable direction. If we decided somehow that it would be better if it was on the back of the pole, you haven't given us that opportunity.
We haven't been to an ARB hearing in the
Well, you
previously,
haven't-
right?
You
This
haven't
is
shown us whether there's any flexibility in the design that way.
understood, and we can evaluate that. I think one of the challenges that we've had in the past is we're meeting what the requirements of the city has, and
But the location of the radios on the pole isn't a decision that the city made. That's what you made.
understood, and I'm just presenting to you what we feel is the best, most efficient, and most reasonable solution to implement. We'd have to do a lot more work to go back and look at whether those can be mounted at the same height, if that would deter the structural integrity of the pole and prevent that from being a solution. And in my opinion, 15 years of experience, I would say that I would think it is going to be prohibitive structurally for us to do that solution with all three at the same height on a streetlight pole.
So an alternate, that just hypothetical alternate, is if you mounted them on the back of the pole instead of on the side of the pole, so they were symmetrically behind. So far the design of these light poles is sort of symmetrical, with the light coming out of one side and with the antennas coming straight up on line with the light fixture. And if you mounted all of these on the back of the pole, for example, it would work.
Yes, as I said before, the orientation on the pole, we can change that orientation for sure.
David, do you mind if I jump in here? I've got some
Yeah.
questions based on what you're talking about and to the applicant. So I did some finger painting here on the screen, if you guys can see it. So I want to make sure I'm understanding that basically the concern is when there's 1, 2, 3 vertically stacked, it's that curvature right there in the bend in the cable that you sort of need to be able to, and I hope that you can see this, it's that curvature right there that is of a concern, and that when you have, and focusing over on this side, if you had all three at the same height, those curvatures are sort of conflicting. Is that the problem?
Cabling is.
Yeah, the
It's
cabling.
on sheet D1, if everybody wants to look at that.
Perfect. Thank you.
It's not, sorry, I can't find my finger painters.
got it.
There we go. So the box, I'm just drawing the pole, the cable comes in from below and the shroud is like so.
Perfect.
Is what they're,
So
so cable radius, that double radius is what you're talking about, correct?
Yes, and so you have.
perfect.
You
That's
have
exactly-
power wires that are coming up from the bottom of the pole
Yeah.
along with fiber. And then you have coaxial cables that are exiting the radio and going up. And if you have radios that are back to back, then they're all conflicting within the pole itself. If you have all three radios, the volume of all of that wiring would require too large of a hole to be cut into the pole for it to have structural integrity.
So again, I just want to make sure that I fully understand this. So in theory, you'd have sort of a hole cut at that, wires entrance, you'd have a hole cut at that wires entrance. If there's 3 of these, you'd have 3 of these holes going around. And so it would structurally potentially be prohibitive because it would basically create a soft story or a series of holes around that portion of the pole that could make it fragile. Do I
Correct.
understand that correctly?
Yes,
Okay, part 2 of my question is that with this cable, so I understand the one that most of them, thank you for drawing this, by the way, this angle right here on the outside of the pole, that's controlled because of the way that you guys have your shrouds done. My question is the concern that when you go inside the pole, that you have to sort of accommodate a certain curvature as well? Is there a curvature inside the pole that we're trying to contend with as well?
there's a bend radius. So it's not just going into the pole, but then it's also running up the pole. So it's a complete U.
So I'm going the wrong direction. So going like that. Okay. I'm clearing up my stuff. Okay. And so the concern is that once you had multiples of these, and I've got to adjust my thing here. So let's say you had multiples of them at the same height, then the interior cables would start to conflict because you'd have one going this way, one going that way, and potentially a third. That's
Correct.
the reason that you have them sort of spaced at different heights.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. I wanted to make sure I understood that. All right, back to you guys.
No worries.
I have, continuing on this, the illustration, do you have it in front of you?
Mm-hmm.
So there's really a ganglion of wires there, a lot of wires, that are coming out of the radio. Is there more than one coming out, down, and one going up? What is the What determines the volume of all of those cables that we're looking at here?
Well, you have ground wires, and then you have the connections from the radio to the antennas that transmit the frequencies for us to be able to provide the network coverage and capacity that we need in the area.
Can I jump in and ask some questions?
Sure,
If you're
go,
done. Okay,
go.
thank you. So just fundamental question, why 3 radios versus 1 or 2?
Because of the amount of capacity and the coverage that's required for us to fill the significant service gap, that is what we need in terms of being able to provide consistent indoor service level of coverage for people that are in vehicle, people that are walking, and in the surrounding buildings.
And there is no, not that I'm advocating for larger, but there is no larger 1 radio versus 3 that you could install for similar
Not that
coverage.
would be able to, these radios, each of them is like a dual band radio, so they actually do have 2 frequencies that they're providing for each of them. We don't have one that can accommodate all of those.
Okay. And kind of following up from David's question, how many, so into each radio, there's a bundle of coax, not 1 coax going in, and then a bundle going up to the antenna, correct?
Correct.
What I don't see dimensions on the drawings for the dimension of the pole itself. I know it tapers a little bit as you go up. Of what, like if I look at just say shroud detail on D1 on your drawings, what is the diameter of the pole in that area versus the 1 foot 2 and change width of the shroud box that you're installing?
I don't have that off the top of my head. I don't, it's not in the drawings, I don't believe. So I'd have to get back to you with that. We have confirmed that there is enough space within the pole for the coaxial cables and everything to fit, but I couldn't tell you what the dimensions are.
And so if the scaling on the drawings are roughly accurate, the pole is about 1/3 of the width of the shroud. So the pole is not really concealing the shroud even, or the radio on the other side. It's sticking out on both sides, right? Pretty much what the drawings show.
It will protrude from the sides as you go up the pole, probably more. The radios that are higher up will protrude more.
So in the cable conduit drawing, from the hole on the side of the pole where the cables come out to the radio, is that a conduit or is that a bundle of cables like we see in the pictures?
Inside, these will all be inside. All these cables are going to be inside the
Yeah,
pole.
right. But when it comes out,
When it comes out of the radio, that's why we have that funnel shroud. And then at the top, we could put a shroud up there, but we'd still, again, they'd still have to be able to connect to the antennas that are on the top.
so from the hole on the side of the pole, when the cables go to the radio for attachment itself, those are free air cables.
No, that's the funnel.
Right, on the
But on the
two
backside,
sides.
those are free air. And we do have an example of an installation. This is a picture of an actual installation that you can see it's open air. This is the view from the back. Most of that is shaded. You really don't see the cables. And this is from an actual installation.
Thank you. So in this, so from a hole that's right about here, the cables are going up to the radio, but the shroud is mostly concealing. Is this a similar dimension shroud and radio that you're proposing here?
This one is is slightly smaller, but similar.
Okay, thank you. I had a couple more questions and I can't even read my own chicken scratch here. So back to a similar question that David was asking, if you were to mount all 3 radios at the same elevation, would you use a combined shroud or is that not really a possibility? Or would that be a size of a house hanging off the? if it's all mesh?
It would be a very large shroud, and we could probably do it as one, but again, the amount of, the size of the hole that would be required, either one hole or three holes, would be structurally prohibitive,
Okay.
particularly at that same height.
And in this photograph, is the distance between the radios and the shrouds similar to what you're proposing here?
Correct.
They're about 2.5 feet tall shrouds, or you said it's a little bit smaller, so in that similar scale though?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions right now.
Okay, so, thank you. So you mentioned the radio could be higher. So what's the constraints to limit the heights of how tall it can be mounted?
The only constraint would be structural. If there's an issue with going up too high where you're at a weaker portion of the pole, you have extra wind loading as well. So the only limitation is a structural limitation.
Okay.
It's actually beneficial for us the closer we are from the radio to the antenna, the better it is, because we have less loss that occurs over the distance of that coaxial cable.
So when you say the structural, do you mean like the light pole itself? You
The
will
light
check
pole,
like,
the capacity of the light pole to
so
support
for this
equipment higher.
specific pole, you have checked on certain height, you cannot do it over a certain height, is it correct?
We have not checked that. I mean, I would think that we could go higher if that's the board's decision. And again, from our perspective, it's beneficial. It reduces loss over the distance from the radio to the antenna, so.
Okay. And you also mentioned like if you put the radios all in one shield, it will have some ventilation cooling issues. So does the shield need to be solid, or it could be like mesh or something?
When you have all the radios at the same height, and we have a shroud like we do here
Right.
to conceal that, there is the potential that even with mesh, there's not enough airflow that's created in order to activate the convection cooling, because now you have all of these elements in this situation that we have on these utility poles. They're all open air exposed. We're not concealing any of that coax, so there's free airflow. Once we start putting the shroud around the coaxial cable, that starts to inhibit airflow. And when you have three of these at the same height, there's a lot of heat generated, and that would more than likely require that there's active cooling, otherwise the radios would fail.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, well, just to sort of dwell on that one for a little bit, you know, if you had, let's say, ventilation at the top, these radios they're already enclosed enough so that there's no problem with rain or coming in from the top of the box itself, you know?
They're outdoor rated.
Outdoor rated as radios themselves.
Correct.
They could be mounted on something on the back and still function perfectly well in open air situations there.
Correct.
So it is possible that you could leave more opening in the top, either perforated or otherwise, or open at the top of the shroud itself. That's a possibility.
Again, the heat would rise, so.
If they weren't in line, they were around the pole. If the diameter of the pole was able to hold them, then it's possible to ventilate them a little better than what we're talking about here. You don't know what's going on at the top of this box, but the heat that comes out of that box is going to go vertically in any case, right?
Correct.
So there would be no problem in kind of designing this in such a way that you could ventilate them if they were all in the same plane through the top.
That's correct, but for the convection cooling to occur, the air comes from below and moves up. When you have them all at the same height, you're almost creating an enclosure itself.
Almost.
And then we'd have the funnel on top, like we've done it, right? On the utility pole, we have all three mounted at the same height. but they're all exposed to open air, so it's not an issue. When we add that concealment for the coax, unless the board
No,
is
I'm
suggesting we
assuming
would
the
need that.
coax would come out of each box the same way you described it before.
Correct. But then you do have, that does impede airflow, even though when you have the mesh.
No, but if
You
they're
have-
the same height, it wouldn't do that, would it? I mean, if they're parallel to each other around the pole.
You mean one on one face, one on the other face, and one on this
Third,
face like
yeah.
that?
Three.
Then that wouldn't be a problem, but then you still have everything
The
coming
coax
in
is
at
the real
once.
problem at
Yes,
that point, the diameter of the pole.
correct.
The collection of verticals. You
Yes.
know, I mean, just to say that the idea of using the metal pole, of course, is incredibly better than what we see here, you know. So there's benefits to having these metal poles, which makes me always think that why did you never just consider putting your own pole into the ground somewhere where you would be able to control the diameter of it and it would be specific to your facility?
That's typically a less preferred solution because then you have a completely new structure within the right of way, rather than working on something that's an existing structure.
With complications with the city of proving, et cetera, but you would have a pole that was approved anywhere in the city and it wouldn't look as unsightly as that.
It would be our preference to be able to put in our own poles. But we typically work with most jurisdictions in
Yeah.
terms of their preferences would
Okay.
rather existing structures.
Okay, it's complicated.
Mhm.
Shall we move on to internal discussion and comments now?
The only other point that I would add is that going on existing city structures does generate revenue for the city as well, since we pay for the occupation of those poles.
Okay. All right,
Okay, so we will close
Yeah.
the public
much better.
portion of this and we will return to the board for board discussion. Who want to start?
Where'd that come from?
David, you want to start the discussion, the comments?
Yes, I would, you know, I mean, normally we look at designs of anything, you know, and our input is varied as to possibilities that we imagined, you know. So in this one, to be honest, I imagine this working somehow we're looking at a sample of it, where each one of these boxes are mounted at the same height and you have them around the pole. It's a symmetrical arrangement around the pole. That's one possibility. Or if they're all mounted on the back of the pole, maybe that's better visually. If they're all mounted on the back of the pole and it's higher up, and it is symmetrically back in the line of the lighting, et cetera, all in the line, that might actually be better. I'm concerned about the back of the pole and visualizing what that would be, and I don't see why the box wouldn't turn into the diameter of the pole, still allowing the possibility of a cable coming out from the bottom in the center. And you'd be closing up the box in the back of the shroud itself. And all of these questions really lead to me to say that we should be seeing shop drawings if we can't see what you're designing here in terms of the detail of all of that. We should be seeing shop drawings that show how the wiring goes into the pole and what the diameter of that pole, diameter of that cut is. We're getting answers to these questions now, and it's pretty late, you know? And why shouldn't we see a shop drawing then? Because the shop drawing will give us the detail we would really need to say that is what it really looks like. So I'm concerned that it may be just a box and a pole somewhere in the city, but it's not enough for us. As far as I'm concerned, my fellow board members may have some other thoughts about that. I don't see why we also shouldn't be seeing some options here. maybe that even comes before my last comment, because the options would say, well, you could mount it X feet up from the ground at a certain height and it would be higher. To me, visually, these poles that you're saying this is where we want to put it because it's easy to ladder to it, or who knows how you're going to get to them. But in case of visualizing these in the street, if I were driving up the street, the higher up, the better, because then you really don't see that, the boxes sitting on the pole at all. But this is another issue which you haven't addressed in terms of visually seeing what is on a pole. So there's a lot of missing information here. I don't know if the shot clock gives you enough time to really come back to us with answers like that, but frankly, I would like to have seen that in the first place, options or reasons for absolutely putting it where you've put it. The thought that you don't see it from one direction and you see it from the other direction, that doesn't solve the problem for me, because there's a proportion that it looks better out of sight up top where all of the other things. In fact, this picture isn't even adequate because we should really be seeing where the light pole is, where the light fixture is.
That's a wood pole. That's not.
I understand it's a wood pole, but I'm saying that the picture doesn't show us all the information we would need to know visually where this thing exists on the pole. I think that basically the discussion comes from my fellow board member here last week who said, why can't these things really be designed in a high quality way in which you really have thought out all of these aesthetic issues that I think are we have to answer the issue of how the cabling gets into the pole. There's no question about that, the opening and the dimension of the pole. But starting with that, you could certainly have shown us what the options are, or at least shown us some option that we would see in terms of where it is on the pole. I don't know if you've chosen that height of the pole just because it's got plenty of room in it at that point, or just enough room for the fixtures to be connected at that point. So to me, this is part of design, is looking at those elements.
Martin, you want to go next? Yeah, thank you for both the applicant and the public speakers and everybody who emailed us on this. David, regarding, typically we don't see shop drawings, so I just want to be careful at, planning level. I don't want to set a precedent to say that projects coming to us at planning level should come to us with shop drawings, right? But I think, just to clarify, I think what you're asking is a little bit more detailed drawing of what they're proposing. We don't see a top of the shout, for instance, which I believe, yes, nobody's going to see it, but to answer David's question, it is, I believe you're intending for it to be open for that convection, and you're trying to get the backside of the bottom of that funnel to be the intake air and up. So just more clarification, and I didn't ask this earlier, but I think my understanding is that these are prefabricated type shrouds that you use over and over at, size ABC, and it's not a custom things. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what you're intending. So if you even have more detailed drawings of what you use over and over, that would have helped clarify all these questions that we're asking. Regarding the location, just like my doodling on your drawings, it doesn't seem like it's plausible to have all three antennas at the same level anyway because of, basically space geometry. But it seems plausible that you could have two on one level and one on the other, or even like two on one side, one on the other in between, just to, again, push it up higher. And while we typically don't ask for options, and that's not, applicants don't come to us with choose option A, B, or C, but we expect when you come back after our first review that you take our comments to heart and at least attempt a better design. And that's, I think, the disappointment that you're hearing from us, is that the three radios on the side of the pole did not budge at all from our comments previously of particularly our, finding number 2 something of high quality design that we expect. So that's kind of key. I am glad to see the cabinet gone, and I did hear from some of the public comments of, could we put all the radios on the cabinet? Personally, I don't think that's a better solution because it is an, impediment on the street itself to have more utility boxes of unknown content. It's better to have things on the pole and as high as possible. So I urge you to figure out what's the tallest you can actually have these and how compactly you can install the 3 so that they're not going from 11 feet to 18 feet. That's 7 feet of vertical pole that has 3 radios, size of this, height of this table, 1.5 by 1.5. These are not small things. So while it's true that there's so many things on our light poles, it is 3 things at a 7 feet vertical height combined. It's pretty large things that you're not necessarily hiding behind a pole, which is probably 6, 8-inch diameter by that point up there at most. So really, the gist of my comment is that this is, while it's an improvement, we're still a little disappointed that it's not really meeting the high quality design standard that we're looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and also thank you for the public comments, the many public comments. Before I get to my specific comments, I would like to say I very appreciate that several concessions or improvements that you have made in this design. I was very happy to see that you removed the cabinet and you're putting certain elements underground. Like in the previous meeting, that was described as very costly and not a preferred method. And we did not ask for it specifically in the meeting, but it was mentioned in the meeting as a comment, but it was not part of the motion. But you still took it to heart and you removed it, so I really appreciate that. In the beginning of this meeting, when I was told that just this morning you agreed to put the disconnect into that vault, that was a really pleasant surprise too. And what it really told me is that you submitted this design, but that you were not done. You were continuously trying to find solutions for the city, even though you already submitted the ARB documentation. So, but you are continuously trying to make it better. So I thought that was a really positive. And honestly, I also appreciate that, you are here in this meeting. Last meeting was like over Zoom. And I mean, you are clearly putting an effort, into making, this project good. So before I get to my specific comments, I just want to say that I really appreciate that. And actually the fourth thing is about, your agreement to a longer comment period. Like you would not need to agree to that. Like you have, they have different legal, arguments here, what the shot clock is, but you're essentially taking that off the table voluntarily. So I appreciate it. So I think all of those things, indicates that, there's a good collaboration between you and the city and you are committed to make it good. So that said, like what I took away is, from this discussion is, it would be great to see, 3 things over the next couple, weeks. If, we could encourage you to do it is 3 studies. One is evaluate if these radios can be mounted at a higher level. And I think, you prefer it, some board members prefer it. And then you mentioned, there might be an issue with the diameter of the pole and, things like that. You said you did not study it. So if you could study that, that would be great. To come back and say, we studied it and the maximum height we could do is X. And the second item that would be great if you could study is having these radios at the same elevation, like on the photo that I, showed you and David, described. And, there are so many metal posts, light posts with 3 radios around, we were just kind of Googling during the meeting. So, maybe this specific, light post is not suitable for that. And others are, the others that are photographed on, on the internet, they are different. But maybe this pole is suitable. So if you could study if that's a possibility, it sounds like the board would prefer that solution. So maybe you could come back and say, we studied it and we could put 3 on the side, but it would need to be at X elevation. And then, that would be a good data point. And then the third thing that I'm hearing is kind of the aesthetic, of the shrouds. You put up the picture of the shroud that you used before. I mean, it's a very industrial looking shroud. And it might be a standard, like an ABC kind of a standard thing that you use. But I do wonder, like, is there a more aesthetically pleasing way of making a shroud? Is like, could a designer design a shroud that looks good, as opposed to, just kind of an industrial shroud. And especially now that we might consider, radius, around, at the same elevation. Is there maybe an interesting design that somebody could come up with? And I think, that's what we kind of mean by shop drawing. Like for me personally, it's not really about shop drawing, but it's, even if it's just kind of conceptual, but where I could see some, artistic kind of spirit in that design, not just kind of an industrial design. So if we can make it somehow more pretty, that would be better. So if you have, the resources to maybe look into that, I think that would be the third thing for me that would need to be studied. So these are, so higher up, same elevation and a more aesthetically pleasing shroud, less of an industrial look, more of a aesthetic look. Thank you.
Can I just add a quick note to that? If it seems to me what that brought to mind is that really ventilation is very important here. So if you could consider the possibility of perforated metal, where you have some indication that the ventilation is happening kind of all around the box, it seems to me that would be an improvement, since the radio itself is self-contained and weatherproofed. The shroud could have more openness to it. And that would be another element that you could use to kind of change the nature of the look of this thing as just not a solid box, but rather something that is intended to ventilate the radio, get rid of the heat.
Thank you. I'm going to try and keep my comments brief. Hats off to my fellow board members for covering most of it. I think The first thing I want to touch on is I'm echoing Board Member Adcock's sentiments that the disappointment that you're hearing from us is really that we understand when an application comes in, and especially the big company that does things a certain way the whole time over and over again, they come into a city like ours and they say, well, this is how we always do it, right? This is how it's done. This is how it works. Moving on. And they don't expect a city to necessarily have much comment on it. It is what it is. Let's take it and move on. A city like Palo Alto does care, and we have very vocal neighbors that we really appreciate that their thoughts and intentions when they're protecting their city and they're protecting the aesthetics and the city that they live in and that we, care about. When an initial application comes in, when it's standard issue, we get it. But when we set comments out and we come back and the application the second time is pretty much the same as the first time, there's no extra exploration, there's no extra visuals or diagrams or any sort of thing, it is a bit frustrating. One of the things that I particularly would have liked to see is how this looks from the roadway as you're driving, how this looks from the sidewalk as you're walking, right? The concept that this is on the one side for a reason, so that as you're walking on that sidewalk, you either see it or don't see it. Then there's the comments of this needing to be ventilated properly, and yet it's not mounted on the north side of the pole, which would in theory provide it the most amount of shade, which would also, I believe, put it on the back side of the pole to begin with. So that would be 2 birds, 1 stone. It just felt like there was not a lot of afterthought when the comments came forward. And I do find that frustrating. Now, that being said, of course, there are parameters that you can only do so much with the physics of cabling and the logistics of the structural integrity of a pole. So understood there. It's a little bit tough. What I'm going to say is that I would comment that if we are going to move forward with this to my fellow board members, I agree with the sentiments that they should be moved up higher on the pole. I agree that they should be moved to the backside of the pole, where when you're looking at it from this straight on picture, that it's sort of hidden on that backside facing the trees. And I'm not necessarily sure I'm on board with the perforating of it, because I don't really think that sort of makes here or there. But I would have appreciated a bit more thought and a bit more explanation, a bit more clarity onto why this is doing what it's doing and why it is the way that it is. And again, we understand that this is what you do all day, every day, but we care about our city. We want to make sure this is done properly. And right now we don't have the understanding of this was thought out and this was done with some intention. So with that, I'm going to conclude my comments. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And thank you for your presentation. And I do appreciate some improvements you made. You removed the existing cabinet and you underground certain equipment to under the ground. And also I appreciate that you are willing to work with the city and extend the deadline. I think that the gesture is really good and it could allow you to have enough time to refine the design. And as the rest of the board mentioned, it's kind of disappointed for the pool, the side mounted pool itself. We didn't see any change compared to the last the previous drawings. So and I noticed there are some important information that is missing from your investigation, which should be done at the beginning of the work, which is like the diameter of the light pole and the structural feasibility of the light pole, how high it can be mounted. So there are lots of things that is not answered. So with that, I just find the current design is not compatible with the ARB finding 3. That is the project to be with high aesthetic quality that enhance the surrounding area. So I would encourage you to explore design options, as the other members mentioned, to check the mounted the highest mounting elevations, and also to check with the shield options. So with that, anyone want to make a motion? Okay, so I would, you want to do it? Well, considering the timeline.
Yeah, I do want to make a note that I think we are looking for a recommendation from the ARB today. I think that if you are looking to continue, it is very likely that the director will be forced to make a decision without a recommendation from the ARB. And then presumably would continue on to council for if appealed. So I would highly recommend that you either consider approving with conditions or considering making a recommendation to deny, and you would need to explain which findings specifically you feel are not being met in that case.
So just want to clarify, even though they're like under tolling agreement with additional 45 days, then we still need to make a decision within the 60 days. Is it correct?
The timing of 45 days, which we do not have a signed tolling agreement yet. But if they're, continue and allow us to do the tolling agreement, it will barely be enough time to get to a council. We are trying to find a council hearing in the event that we need one in November. But if this continues, then we are not going to have the time, even with that 45-day extension, to allow for the full public review process. So I think it is likely that the director would be forced to move the project forward without a recommendation.
Could we consider somehow doing it through an ad hoc and therefore expedite the time here? I think we're all kind of in agreement on the details that need to be shown. So if the applicant chooses to push for some kind of resolution to the issues that we raised, would that work?
I'd have to consider and get back. I'm honestly not sure if an ad hoc is allowed for a wireless project.
To just sort of get some clarity here, our hands are somewhat tied at this point, right? Like, I'm just going to put this on the table and be pretty darn blunt about this, is that we've got an application that came in. We've got a clock ticking on it. And regardless of what came back for the second application for this hearing here, whether it was complete or actually explorative or not, regardless of what the applicant provided, we are still under the gun and we still are somewhat hands tied in our position right now. So the only options that we have left are basically to approve with significant conditions, which may or may not trigger something on its own, or we deny it and we have to have a full explanation as to why. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding. Yes.
Okay. So to the applicant, just understanding that if there's an approval today, it may be somewhat begrudgingly. Colors and exploration and heights and explanations would have been appreciated. And this goes out to any future applicants as well. When comments are put out to you, we expect a response, and an appropriate one.
So with that, would you like me to make a motion? And Stephen, if you don't mind typing up so we can keep track of, or Claire,
Bear with us while we
No
pull that
worries.
up.
And to interrupt, if you don't mind, just one quick question to the staff. Question on this. There was some commentary that in the future that some of these items could be swapped out without ARB approval. Is there any way that we can tack on a condition that would sort of limit that freedom, or that would make sure that something couldn't get sidestepped down the road? Close that loophole is probably a better way to say that.
So I'm just going to say we are project by project constrained by how it fits under the federal law.
Okay.
And it's very difficult to make a constraint in the abstract because it depends how it looks when it comes in.
Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Staff is ready when you are.
Thank you. So I move to recommend this project for approval with the following conditions. That the disconnect switch is fully concealed in an underground vault flush with adjacent grade. So no cabinets of any sort. that the radio, so item 2 is the radios are installed no lower than 12 feet from sidewalk surface.
No lower,
Yes,
not higher.
no, yeah, no lower, thank you.
Thanks.
Then 12 feet to the bottom of the lowest radio.
Radio or sidewalk?
I guess lowest shroud, I should say, just, yes. And item 3 is if possible, at least 2 of the radios, and you guys can edit my motion if you like, at least 2 of the radios are mounted back to back to reduce the height of and it,
All of the radios are, or perhaps,
or
Yeah, if I can interrupt, I'd be more inclined to say I'd rather have all 3 of them stacked
Behind,
vertically on the
alright.
backside, just, put the elephant behind the tree sort of situation.
yes, all right. All radios to be mounted facing away from the street.
possibly, I don't agree. I think if we could have all 3 of them at the same elevation, that would be a very interesting way to have it, an
Yeah.
option.
I would agree with that. I think my concern is that if there's like 2 ears and then one that's like lower and separate, so I'd either rather have all 3 at the same
3 at the
height
same height.
or all 3 vertical on the backside, but the
Fine
2
with that.
feels uncomfortable.
Okay,
Yes.
because I
Okay.
don't, yeah, that may not be possible based on the size of this radios, but okay. So all radios to be mounted facing away from the street, and then I guess item 3 is, or all 3 radios are at the same elevation.
Yep, good.
And do we want to say that if they're all 3 at the same elevation, then it's no lower than 16 feet?
Yes, that'd be better.
All 3 are at the same elevation, no lower than 16 feet from the ground.
Is there any concern that the higher the pole is, the more it tapers, the less likely they are to make that happen?
Yeah, that's a conflict. There is
Maybe
a
make it
conflict.
14 feet, something like that, just to give them a little bit more breathing room there.
Well, since we don't have any information about the diameter, it's hard for us to.
Very good point.
Yeah. I'm just eyeball scaling diameters here, which I don't know how accurate these
So
drawings are.
can we say vertically as high as is reasonable to accommodate the wiring?
All right. Radios are same elevation as high as possible.
Where feasible.
Yeah, as high as feasible using the existing pole.
I think we should indicate some level of preference because without it, it's pretty clear what they are going to do.
In the height, you mean?
No, I mean, they are going to mount 3 radios
On
on
the
top of each
backside.
other on the back of the pole because that's essentially what they're already proposing.
Right.
So if you like that, I mean, I think we would need to express a preference to make sure there is a change from the plan.
Okay.
So instead of or, just or preferably all 3 radios. I don't know if that's actionable enough.
Maybe you could say number 3 should be put all 3 radios at the same elevation.
If not feasible,
If
then.
not technically feasible,
Mhm.
in that case only,
So that comes before, thank you. And I think you have a good word, all not technically feasible, not just not feasible. Yeah. Did I miss anything else?
And I think on number 4 should be something about the shroud, that it, should conceal all wiring. It should be architecture quality.
That's very subjective, but yes. Yeah. I don't know how to phrase that. You want to give it a shot?
Shroud should be installed to conceal all wiring and should be of high architectural aesthetic. It's already what the code says.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that Board Member Vice Chair Adcock is making the motion, and then we can do
Yes.
a second and friendly amendments too.
Quick drill. Yep. I got the same.
Apologies, I have an earthquake drill for some reason from this earthquake app. I
Me
apologize.
too, but I didn't, at least mine was silent.
Yeah, I don't know why mine announced that very loudly.
So number 4, shroud should conceal all wiring to the, I think it's a little tough because they also need it open in the back for the ventilation. So I would say a shroud should conceal all wiring between, pole and shroud. So if,
Yeah, I'm
That's
gonna,
fine.
I'm gonna argue this point a little bit. I mean, that is what they're showing in their application. So we're really not putting a contingency on anything that's not already shown.
Right.
So there's a part of me that feels that this is just a little bit superfluous.
Yeah.
I do have 2 minor comments. If you can change number 3, sorry, friendly amendment. I guess it's not even a friendly
yeah, I
amendment at
guess
this
we should
point.
do motion
Yeah, we
first.
got to do the motion
But
first.
it's about the technicality of the
Okay.
language, which is why I want to sort of address it now. So, like number 3 should say mount, or all 3 radios shall be mounted at the same, and just started saying, all 3 radios shall be mounted, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
And then number 1, it's sort of a, sorry to be nitpicky, but it says in an underground vault with no visibility above grade. That would mean that you can't see the cover
Right.
technically. So I'd say an underground vault with no grade elevation changers or something like that, but the verbiage of that needs to be tweaked a little bit.
Concealed, but,
At grade, I think is how you originally
Yeah.
said it. An
Yeah.
underground vault at grade. Thank you. Sorry, because if that comes back technically later and they say the cover is visible, that would be problematic. So,
just fully concealed
you.
in underground vault, with cover, no higher than adjacent grade. I think that's how I said it before, yeah. With cover no higher than adjacent grade. All right, do I have a second?
Can you note that if you are seconding?
Yes, second.
So can we have a call for vote, please?
Board Member Rosenberg,
begrudgingly, yes.
Board Member Hirsch,
You can make friendly amendments after. It's a
Neither
yes or a
microphone.
no, and then you can make a friendly amendment if it passes.
I think that's actually backwards. I think the friendly amendments happen first
Yeah,
and then you
we-
vote, because
yeah.
otherwise, like if there's a friendly amendment, I have to
Yeah.
recast my vote to agree with that.
So do you have
Okay, well, the friendly amendment would be
Microphone.
your turn down?
not again. Work on that one. I don't understand the at grade, to be honest with you. I don't,
It's
is it
standard,
in the ground?
yes,
It's
yeah.
in the ground.
So no higher than adjacent grade means that you cannot stick up 2 inches above the
Well,
the
we
lawn.
don't, you wouldn't be allowed to do something like that anyhow, but.
Oh, you would.
I mean, if it's going in the box, is that, I think it is going in the box that's adjacent to this pole.
Right,
So-
and it's underground.
Yeah, that's their proposal.
That's their proposal to be underground.
The disconnect switch specifically. So they've
So they
taken,
have to undo something or
have
reach
to
in,
lift a cover like a
Lift the
Christie box.
cover.
lift
Yeah.
a cover, okay. All right, well, I can accept that then, that way. If that's exactly what they are doing. Yeah, okay, fine. And the other part of it is that in terms of materials, I would love to see the possibility of some kind of perforated system for an enclosure instead of just this one sort of colored painted box or 3 boxes, right? Isn't it possible to expand the use of materials to allow for the possibility of perforated metal so that there's more ventilation in the box itself?
Are you saying like specifically perforated, or are you saying just explore different kinds of designs? Perforation could be one example.
Yeah, it could be a matter of increasing the material texture to allow for more ventilation.
It doesn't seem like they need more ventilation than what they're providing with basically the back of the cone and open top, right? So
Yeah, at this point, the perforation would be because of our preference, not theirs. So is that is that a restriction you'd like to impose on them?
It just, no, I mean, the option to use somehow a perforated metal. I think that if we created more texture to this thing, that technically interesting box would be improved.
I think they needed to take a page out of Disney's handbook and paint them like go away blue or go away green or whatever those colors are that they use over there instead of this bright silver. But again, that's sort of neither here nor there. It's not really going to solve the issue. So in my mind, again, also same vein, perforation's not going to make it that much more attractive that suddenly we're all like, oh, this is great. So
Okay.
that
can
would be
go along with that.
my friendly counter argument is that they've used these a bunch. That's sort of what they do.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Shall we continue with the call for the vote?
Okay, Board Member Hirsch,
Yeah, yes.
Board Member Joshi,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adcock,
yes,
Chair Chen.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
thank you. And so, so we will have a short 7 minutes time break and then come back at 10:30. All right, shall we start? Okay, welcome back to the chamber, and we will continue our next action item, which is a public hearing quasi judicial 2100 to 2400 Gain Road. Consideration of a site and design and conditional use permit applications to demolish 4 existing commercial buildings and construct 65 three-story buildings containing 145 for sale townhome units. 13% of the units, which is 19 units, would be deed restricted to serve tenants meeting 60% of the area median income or below. The project is proposed in accordance with the California Government Code Section 65589.5D5 Builder Remedies. Staff recommend the ARB to review and provide initial comments. So do we have any disclosures?
Yes, I disclosed that I visited the property.
I visited the property as well.
Same.
Same.
I've visited the site several times now.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will hand it over to staff for staff presentation.
Well, good morning. Let's take a trip to 2100 Ging Road. So to situate ourselves here, it is in the research office and limited manufacturing with the sub-districts of Embarcadero, Site and Design, and Automobile Dealership combining districts. It's located right on the opposite side of 101 near the bay. There are some adjacent land uses, the Baylands Park, the post office, and some other various office buildings in the area. A little bit about the background and process. So this is a site and design permit, as well as a conditional use permit for the exclusive residential use in the zoning district. So for the site and design, there was a SB 330 application accepted in July 8th of 2024. A formal application was filed in December of 2024, and staff review is still ongoing on that submitted application. So we are here at the October 16th ARB for an early hearing to provide some initial comments and feedback to the applicant. Following this, if we look to the municipal code for the site and design process, it would go to the Planning and Transportation Commission for recommendation. We're targeting a December date that would be after the CEQA is complete. And following that, it would come back to the ARB on a potential January 15th meeting for a recommendation. And with those 2 recommendations in hand, we would go to council tentatively in March of next year. And just wanting to note, public comments are accepted at all of these public hearings and at any time throughout the review process. So a little bit of a project overview. I think the staff report dive deep into that, but this on the existing site, there's 4 office buildings. So that would require the demolition of those. And the proposal is to construct 65 buildings for a total of 145 townhomes. Those would be 3 stories high, coming in at 42 feet. It varies between 4 bedrooms, which is 75 of the units, and 3-bedroom townhomes, which is 70 of the units. And of those 3 bedrooms, there's 19 BMR units, which is meeting the 13% minimum as required. There is also a vesting tentative map for condominium purposes requested as well. And for parking, there's 290 parking spaces provided in the garages, 70 of which would be tandem, and 43 spaces on the street. And the site does include a substantial amount of grading, so there would be required a large number of tree removals as detailed in the staff report. So we have a little bit of constraints here by state law. This is a builder's remedy project as defined by that Assembly Bill 1893. So the project cannot be denied based on, say, an inconsistency with either the zoning ordinance or a comprehensive plan land use. The city may only require compliance with objective standards that would apply to the project if it were proposed on a site, say if the density normally would be requested. And just to expand on that a little bit further and provide some clarity, this project is proposed with a 0.97 to 1 FAR and coming in around 13.2 density, dwelling units per acre density. So that would be permitted in the RM20 district. So that is the standards that would be applied to the project for the residential development. This is meeting the minimum density requirements as required by that Assembly Bill 1893, and that is 11 dwelling units. The state law does provide for 15 dwelling units an acre or whatever is lower of the two of the local jurisdiction. And in this case, the RM20 district has the lower amount coming in at 11 dwelling units an acre. And under state density bonus law, the applicant may request waivers on applicable standards that may prevent, say, the project from being built or penciling out, if you will, with required density. That is detailed in the staff report, those requested waivers. So I'll briefly walk us through the site plan as well as the some elevations here. So I pulled this from the plan set. Detailed in that blue color is the front-loaded detached townhomes along the property line on the Baylands Athletic Center. Then we have some alley-loaded detached townhomes where the front door would be facing the street A, as well as the common space. And then we have some row townhomes with no detached. It's multiple townhomes in one continuous structure. So here's a rendering of the site. And if we go through here on some of the elevations, if we're looking at those alley-loaded detached townhomes highlighted in red, here are the four types, and there are some material boards at the dais that can be passed around for some of these paint colors and materials that are listed on the screen. So this is one option. This is another option. A third option. And a fourth color scheme option. Moving along to the front-loaded detached townhomes along that rear property line with the Baylands Park. With one option on the screen. A second. And a third. And a fourth. Moving along to these townhouse buildings. So these are listed in the plan set as 501 and are detailed on lots 50 through 54, as well as 62 through 63. So those would be comprised of these designs. Moving along to the townhome buildings detailed in the plan set as 601. So the closest to Ging Road, as well as the closest to East Bay Shore, highlighted in red. And lastly, the townhome building 801 at the end of that street A listed in the plan set with that proposed elevation there. So for guiding the discussion today, wanted to provide some key considerations. So as the state law constraints, if you will, to the development standards, it would need to have some conformance with the RM20 residential development standards. We have our objective design standards as well. Its location in the, or adjacent to, should I say, the Baylands. There are some Baylands master plan and design guidelines that are offered for assistance when considering design projects, as well as site assessment and design guidelines as well that would apply for the project, and waivers that are detailed in the staff report. CEQA is ongoing. It is an initial study checklist to review consistency with the certified environmental impact report with the 2030 comprehensive plan. And back to that recommendation, staff is requesting that the ARB conduct a hearing and provide some feedback on the project. And with that, I can entertain any questions, and the applicant does have a presentation to make.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions to the staff?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Stephen, you said 11 units per acre. This is an 11-acre site, all told. That would be 121 units. I don't understand how it got to 145 in that case, but please explain.
Right, so the number that you're referring to would be the minimum dwelling density in the RM20 district. So that ranges from 11 up to 20 units. And for this project, they're proposing at 13.2. So it's well within that range that's allowed. The requirements with builder's remedy is to at least meet the minimum that the dwelling density requires in the zoning code. So as of now, they are meeting that.
Actually, I had the same question, I think on packet page 25, that's, I think it's noted incorrectly on the proposed side. So, but what you said, I think jives. Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you for that. The staff report definitely has some inconsistencies, if you will. But what was noted in the presentation here today is the information that's correct.
And I have a question. So for the adaptable units and the BMR unit, is it required to have it spread into different housing types, or it could be just concentrated in the same housing type?
So the requirements for BMR units is to have a, say, variety of those units sprinkled or peppered through the site. There isn't necessarily a requirement that they have to be in different housing typologies, if you will, but it is to have it dispersed throughout the site and not concentrated in, say, one corner of the site. So.
Actually, one follow-up question. I think you said in the presentation that only the three-bedroom townhomes are BMR. Is that correct? So none of the four-bedroom?
Correct. As of now, none of the four-bedroom units are indicated as BMR units.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any other questions to the staff? No? Okay, so
wait, I'm thinking. In your determination of alternate, how to find the right word for this. You have the option to use 3 different housing typologies then on this, right? How do you determine what makes a particular typology then?
Right, so I believe you're referring to the objective standards that requires, say, for townhomes, 3 or upwards of, varying housing typologies. So what is indicated in the plans, and definitely staff is looking for the board's direction on this, and any feedback that they can provide, is the housing typologies that are listed in the plan set are the attached multiple townhomes in one building as one typology, the alley loaded townhomes with the garage, say at the rear of the property as another, and the front-loaded detached townhomes as the third and final typology. So
Are those described somewhere in the zoning as differentiated?
So yeah, for
typologies?
clarification, is the question whether or not like from staff to ARB is a front-loaded townhome different typology than a rear-loaded townhome?
Correct. Yeah.
So, and then the objective standards, when it clarifies it, I've got it pulled up here, it says that it's example, townhomes, apartments, mixed use. Right? So that's a clarification point that we're going to have to get to during this conversation. Okay, understood. Thank you.
If there's no more questions for now,
Just the question for Stephen. So this is a study session. So are there any specific areas where you would like to get feedback from us?
well, I think the previous comment on the typologies would be a great item for some feedback on. If we're looking, say, at the staff report, some of those items, if in relation to the objective standards, if there's any inconsistencies with that. I do know that there is a inconsistency with some of our general provisions for the rooftop gardens, for the open space provided per unit. So having some feedback on that, what design changes might potentially look like, I think would be a good place as well. And there are some design considerations, if you will, with the project's development in relation to the Baylands. So some sensitivity on either landscape screening or having, reduced or more emphasized horizontal lines, what that might look like for the design. But bearing in mind that these considerations should not preclude the development at the proposed density. So keeping in mind that we need to keep that unit count up and seeing if we can maybe have some friendly amendments to the design to have some more consistency.
Can you speak to any open space requirements?
So as of now, the project is complying with the open space requirements for the designated units. That is detailed in the staff report as well as on the plans. There's a large interior space as well as some outerlying areas on the property. And then each townhome has their own rooftop terrace or garden, if you will, meeting kind of that private open space requirement that we have in the code.
Public open space, non-designated, open space? Is
Correct.
there a requirement somewhere in the code?
There is for public open space. So that interior courtyard, if you will, it does meet those requirements. There's also.
Do you have a number for that?
I can look up that exact number.
Okay.
Yeah. I believe it should be in that attachment.
yeah, on packet page 25.
Yeah, attachment C and the zoning consistency would be providing that information in detail with the exact numbers and how the project compares.
Okay, well, whatever.
Okay, if there is no more questions.
Actually, if I may ask the question about the open space, I did see that calculation of 150 per unit and the proposed is 91,000. Is that really in that center space or like adding up a bunch of open spaces? 91,000, like, I don't see a calc for it, but that little courtyard does not look like 91,000 square feet.
Correct. That's not reaching that full amount. It is a culmination of all of the spaces. There is one provided at the up near the Ging Road portion, as well as another one near the other office spaces where the property abuts, say, that post office. So
Is the open space where the electrical lines go over the unusable, not unbuildable areas there?
Yeah, so the easement in that portion, I believe that the calculations are utilizing the space beyond that. but there is a considerable amount of open space provided on the site in various areas, so.
Okay, so with that, can we move on to applicant presentation? You will have 10 minutes, and please state and spell your name, please.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Michael Cohen, Cohen. I'm a founding partner of Strata Investment Group. We are the developer of this project. As you heard from staff, our project is on an 11-acre site that was previously developed as a 4-building kind of suburban office park surrounded by a sea of parking. Although we could have built higher density multifamily on this site, we've elected to develop 145 single family for sale townhomes, in large part because there is a massive undersupply of homes for first-time home buyers in Palo Alto, especially for families. And we've designed the project with that in mind. The homes are all 3 or 4 bedrooms and at a wide variety of sizes. All the homes have 2-car garages, roof decks, and many have rear or side yards. And the layout and land use landscape plans are very focused on creating a highly livable neighborhood with a mix of a central gathering point, and you'll hear more of this, as well as pocket parks, an incredibly robust planting program. I think we're going to end up with 3 times as many trees as are currently on the site, and going from 18% native trees to over 51% native trees, and a very thoughtful consideration of the understory as well. Network of pedestrian pathways and room for additional amenities like a community garden. So with that, let me hand it off to the design team. Darren, you want to go first?
Thank you. Darian Wagner, Principal and Senior Architect at Dolan Group Architecture and Planning. Happy to be here with you this morning and get feedback from you. So want to highlight the first part of this plan is that there is a lot of sensitivity to where the typologies are also going, providing a diversity on the site as long as being sensitive to the surroundings. So it is a mix of the 145 units, 97 townhouses, the 48 detached townhouses dispersed throughout the site as well. So for the community, really trying to be adaptive to the surrounding neighborhood, the adjacent parcels, and the bigger surrounding community as well. The segmentation of the units, you'll see that there is a difference in square footage between the attached townhouses and the detached townhouses, providing attainability and affordability for many different families and home types as well. So creating different price points and a diversity of mix of people who will live in this community. Next slide. I really want to showcase on this slide that you'll see all of the blue lines through it. Health and wellness is really important, and so that is not forgotten in this. The open space is that central green space there, but there's a lot of connectedness through the site. It's not straight pathways that you're seeing. It's not linear. There's meandering sites that are crossing and creating diversity for a great integrated community. Next slide. The detached townhouses, you will see thoughtfully placed. The top row section, it was important for us to create some separation mix as a transition from the Baylands Athletic Center, really creating some open space to create that transition from the athletic center to our site. At the core of it, as well, you will see the other detached townhouses, which start to create an integration throughout the site, and then an interaction with the green space corridor as well. Next slide. So here's some of the front elevations as you've seen. As they face each other, we thought it was really important for them to interact and play off each other's character as well. You will see that there is clean lines, articulation, depth. On the fronts of these, you'll see some of the balconies on the fronts of the units. All of them have balconies, along with providing private open space on the roof as well. So multiple interactions that you can have with outdoor space within the unit itself and along with a site. Next slide. So here you'll see some of that rich materiality. Again, clean lines. This is where you'll start to see some of that separation between the units to really create that transition, being mindful of where these are at in comparison to the townhouses throughout the site. So the attached townhouses, the remainder of the site, as you'll see, is the attached townhouses. And within the townhouses, providing a diverse amount of square footage within these units as well. They all live really differently. The diversity throughout this entire site of not only the square footage bedroom count, but how these units are living and how that livable space is and where the bedrooms are really create a diversity of architecture for potential homeowners in this community. Next slide. So here you'll see some of that clean line architecture as this starts to really interact and engage with more of the commercial surroundings, really creating those clean lines and being able to play off of the architecture of the straight shouldered commercial buildings that are in the surrounding. We'll also start to see that we want to be mindful, see if you can see on the right and left elevation of articulating the side elevations as well, not just the fronts and rears of how it's engaging. You'll see on the next slide, it's important as these townhouses, go to the next one. Yeah, thanks. The sides of these buildings are also important and be able to create depth and opening as well. So it's not just straight shot tunnels that you're going to see between buildings, actually providing engagement and articulation and building pushes between these units is really important. This is along the green is what you'll see. And so you'll start to just see how it really starts to engage with the units and that open space. In terms of the colors and materials, I really just want to highlight the rich materiality that we're providing here. Smooth stucco, siding, but not stopping at just siding, providing a diverse amount of siding. So the trespass siding gives you that rich, deep integration of variegated color within it, and then having painted cementitious siding as well. Metal railings, and then if you go to the next one on the attached townhouses, we wanted to provide, this is where you'll see the introduction of the thin brick veneer, specifically on those lower levels where it starts to become more tactile and bring texture to that lower level. So really just a richness to those entries. And as you're interacting and engaging with it along the green spaces and walkways, that you start to feel that depth as well. With that, I'll hand it over to landscape.
Thanks, Darian. My name is Morgan Burke. I'm with the Gazzardo Partnership. We're the landscape architects on the project. Excuse me. I'm excited to be here with you this morning to walk you through the landscape concept for the project. You can see on the site plan here, the goal of the landscape was to create a comfortable, lush, sustainable garden-style community for the residents that had ample exterior space, for engagement with each other at a variety of scales. Excuse me. Currently, we're showing about 3 3/4 acres of vegetated landscape space throughout the site. Next slide, please. So in order to achieve the goal that we set out for ourselves, worked with the design team to create areas of concentrated open space throughout the site, central open space being in the center, and then 2 pocket parks flanking on either side. And then those open spaces were connected by a robust pedestrian network that's fully vegetated, connecting all these exterior open spaces together. Next slide, please. So this is an enlargement of the central green. This is the main focus of the landscape design. This is the main communal gathering space for the residents. And it's our hope here that this would create, a rich community benefit for those residents and guests. It boasts 2 freely programmed open lawn spaces, a variety of seating elements for large gatherings with outdoor cooking facilities, smaller intimate spaces, and then benches for reflective contemplation throughout the design. There is a stage element and a feature trellis on the low end of the larger lawn area that can be used for special events. There's also a dedicated game area with outdoor game tables, etc. We are currently studying the second lawn area that could potentially become a community garden in the future. The pedestrian circulation through here is designed with a variety of widths to make it comfortable for pedestrians coming through. And then we also have slimmer decomposed granite paths that kind of meander through the design, allow residents to engage closer with the plant material that will be installed. Next slide, please. So this is a rendering showing the character of the central open space. You can see the variety of seating types, the open flexible lawn area, and then lush planting along the building line. Next slide, please. Here's the two enlargements of the pocket parks. The one on the right is the park at the entrance of the project. It's a little bit smaller. There's a decomposed granite area with park tables and overhead shade tree canopy. And the larger pocket park is on the western side of the site. It would act as a satellite park to the central green. It would have the same character, just provide additional opportunities for a large gathering in this particular space with outdoor cooking facilities as well. Next slide, please. For the landscape amenities and materials, we want to match what the architecture is doing. So we want to specify quality materials with high-end finishes, unit paving and integral color concrete throughout. And then that will guide our selections for outdoor furnishings, finding furnishings with sustainably harvested hardwood, and then inform our selections for feature elements such as the game tables, landscape boulders, lighting, and then the custom trellis in the central green area. Next slide, please. Last but not least, the real stars of the landscape design, the plants. What we've done is created a California native heavy focused plant palette that would stitch the design together. And then provide planting in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors, and textures. These plants were selected based on their drought tolerance. And then we also worked with a biologist to select plant material that would help in creating habitat.
You're running out of time, sorry.
This is the last slide. So we did a lot to create, to do native planting and create habitat on site at a high level. That concludes our presentation. So I appreciate your time and consideration, and we're here for questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. Do we have any public comments for this project?
Yes, through the chair, I've received one request to speak. Our first speaker is Herb B. I will now invite Herb B to speak.
Okay, thank you. And please state and spell your name for the record. You will have 3 minutes.
Herb Borak, B as in boy, O-R-O-C-K, which is spelled exactly the way it is on the card I submitted. I don't believe that this project is properly before you. There's not a complete application. And you need a complete application before you can start this process. There is a procedure in Palo Alto Municipal Code for to have a meeting of this body, prior to the application being submitted. And essentially that what's going on here is attempting to do that, even though the application is submitted. It was submitted 10 months ago, and there have been notices of incomplete applications sent on January 17th, January 24th, May 22, August 29, and September 4. After which staff published public notice and mailed notice of the application when they knew there wasn't a complete application yet. And now the most recent submittal, the plan stated that the 26th, I guess, came in on September 29. This seems to be the week for the city to see how many different things it can do to violate the law on
public hearing projects. I don't know what the results were of the council's closed session, whether there's any reportable action from last night, but there they had a project where the applicant claimed that they were exempt from environmental law, and the city's public position was that they weren't. On the previous session on the wireless, you had an agenda item for an item in one part of Palo Alto, but as you have in the past consistently said, this address of the project is this building. And now we have a project with staff is telling you where they believe they're going to ask, for a categorical exemption. What meaning does that have when they don't have a complete application, and neither do you? So the real issue is whether or not there are people in these bodies who are willing to obey the law, and whether the council is just assuming that they have so much money that nobody's going to bother appealing them through the courts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So we do have 10 minutes for the applicant rebuttal if you want to speak anything.
I would defer to staff on the law. I would say, and I think it was in the spirit of some of the comments that were made at the previous item that we sat through, we have volunteered to come here early, and we want to get your feedback early and try to advance a project that is as well vetted and thoroughly thought out as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, does the board have any questions to the applicant or the staff? Who want to start?
Me? Well, just a quickie. Stephen, you told us what its maximum number of units is 20 versus what they're showing per acre.
So I believe you were referring to, say, the RM 20 district. There's a range that's provided in there for that zoning district for dwelling unit density.
Yeah.
And that's 11 up to 20.
Up to 20.
Yes.
Okay.
And right now the project's providing 13.2. So.
Thank you. Okay.
It's a question on the BMR units. I can't remember if I saw in the plans if there was a mapping of which units are BMR. Can you point us to that?
There is, let me,
It is
bear
on
with me
sheet
while I look at that.
A7.
A7, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I do remember seeing this. So on this one, so it looks like only orange dots on like the connected townhomes are BMR. Are any of them, and they're all 3-bedroom townhomes, although even in the connected townhomes, there are 4-bedroom options. Is that correct? I guess it's a question for the applicant. And is other than,
I should have had him answer. Yes, that's correct.
okay, and then also, if you don't mind staying there for just a second, there was a table that when the architect, apologize, I forgot your name, when you presented, you gave kind of the sizes and of the units. There are detached townhomes that on the lower side of the square footage that are similar to the higher side of the attached townhomes, correct? Is there a reason why you wouldn't extend BMR to detached townhomes? Just looking at the plan, it seems like you're kind of creating a segregation of detached townhomes are all market rate, and then there's dots of BMR units in the attached townhomes and only the smallest of the options. It seems a little segregating, so I'm asking you to clarify that choice.
Oh, go ahead.
If I may step in here. So staff still is evaluating the distribution of the BMR units. So what you see before you today is not set in stone, if you will. And the design is in flux, but there's a requirement, if you will, to have a distribution of those BMR units across the site. So
yeah, and I'll take it back to the design team, but we were very focused on, there's quite a bit of range in unit size. And I think Darian made the point, one of our goals is to find multiple price points and living styles for people to come into this, but I'm happy to take that back to the team, and I'm sure we'll be discussing it with city staff more.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I would actually, if you don't mind, Stephen, I would still like to hear from the applicant because they have made this choice. Obviously, you're pushing back on it of why the choice was made to not provide any BMRs in the detached townhomes. Is that purely market value?
It's partly market value. It's partly just looking for, one, we were looking for geographic diversity. That was one of the guidelines, meaning within the site, that they not be aggregated in one location. One was being more focused on size as opposed to attached versus detached. So I think there are a variety of factors, but we're happy to continue to have that conversation with staff.
Thank you. I have another question for the architect. I don't see a distance between the detached townhomes. What's the edge to edge spacing typical on your detached townhomes? Is it in one of these super tiny texts that I can't read?
Yeah, I believe between the units, it's 4 feet at least to the center property line, so they'd be at least 8 feet apart. So most of them are between 8 to 10 feet
Okay.
between the buildings.
I think that's true for the teal colored one. For the yellow colored one, it looks like wider. I see on the plan it's 10 feet between the yellow ones.
Okay.
Or the alley loaded detached.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm like, I don't see yellow and teal. There it is. And actually that leads me to my typology question. And I know you're doing, I forget what it's called, the vesting mapping of these. These will still be sold as townhomes, meaning like, HOA will take care of all the yard in between all these detached townhomes, correct?
That's correct.
So what happens in that 8 to 10 feet between, I know I saw a little bit in the landscape renderings, but what is the intent of the 8? Because it won't be like fenced or anything, it'll be open. So it's like, is it a walking space? Can you clarify what happens?
Yeah, I believe those are side yards. I'm deferring to the team here, but they will be fenced. So they're some of that space. We talked about trying to create for as many of the homes as we could, either having rear or side yards. I don't have the exact page reference for
Point
that.
to so I appreciate the super thick drawing package, but now I'm having a hard time finding pages in between.
Yeah, and with an 8-yard typical side back as is shown on sheet A.6, 8-foot typical side yard for those teal ones across the back of the Baylands Athletic Center. If you were to divide that in half, you'd have 4 feet and 4 feet to either side, or would it be more likely that one townhome gets all 8 feet on one side and nothing on the other side?
Yeah, I think the clarification, and the team can correct me if I'm wrong, is the alley loaded have dedicated full side yards, and that the front loaded, they're split and they're shared between the two homes.
So
Do you
that
have
would
a
mean.
fencing site plan?
Sorry.
Which page?
I'm looking at A.6. Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking at the civil or landscape drawings in the back.
And just to clarify the point that was just brought up, so the 8-foot typical between would be the one that's split, and the 10-foot typical would be the one that's only one side or the other? I'm seeing a head nodding yes. Okay. All right, beautiful, thank you.
Just clarify from a usable standpoint, because the front-loaded townhomes also have the backyard. So we kind of felt as like the, so they have the 4-foot side yards, and it's fenced. And the alley loaded towns, because they have the, basically what's a front yard, so that we are giving them the side yard, the entire one side yard.
Great.
Yeah.
So because these have a backyard, their side alleys can just be 4 feet for passage and that's it. And because these yellow alley loaded ones do not have a backyard, you're sort of incorporating that side yard as sort of an outdoor space. Okay, understood. Thanks for the clarification.
Do
Motion
you
back
have
to
a plan that shows that? Because I'm looking at, like, I was flipping through the landscape plans over the weekend as well, and I can't figure out how you're allocating the side yards.
Yeah, we don't have one for that, but we can definitely add that in the next application for clarification.
Okay. Yep, thank you. You can move on. I have other
Sure.
questions, but I won't
And to
hog all the time.
to the landscape designer, so is it on purpose to remove all the trees on site?
Unfortunately, yes. And we have the civil engineer here who can help me out. The site needs to be raised to get it out of the floodplain. So it has to be raised 3 feet.
3 feet,
So
that's
that-
okay, because that was one of those things that it had commented that it needed to be raised and that we're gonna lose all the trees because of that, but I hadn't seen where it was discussing how
It's-
much that's raised. So 3 feet's pretty significant.
It is.
Okay, and then what's the plan for doing that in relationship to its adjacent properties?
So there'd be a retaining wall along the property line. So it'd be a low kind of pony wall that would hold up the site.
The entire perimeter?
I believe so.
Do we have images of what that might look like?
I don't think so, but that's something we can certainly add for the next go around.
If I may, there are some sections in those civil drawings of how tall, say, that retaining wall would be along those property lines.
But in terms of material character, I mean, that's something we can add for the next go around.
Stephen, is that, can you point us to a specific page for that? I definitely missed that in the civil. drawings.
C41. Yes, C41.
Thank you, guys. Even on C4.1, it's still not labeled unless I'm missing it, how high that retaining wall is, but you're saying that the maximum of that retaining wall would be 3 feet? And it may vary, again, based on adjacencies, but max would be 3 feet?
So on one of the plans, I see max 2 feet on A6.
On a,
But
So
if you could, if Stephen, if you could scroll to CC,
It says 6 feet plus minus max.
but there's no height, right? Like,
No, there's just a note next
where's
to
the
the
height?
corner. That,
so 6 feet at some locations, thank you.
Mhm.
So yeah, that information would want to be clarified as well, so we're understanding that, because if this is a 6 foot height, then a person is going to be standing there like that. So,
Correct.
and what happens between the road and this? Is this sloped planting area, or are we looking at 6 feet of masonry?
No, there would be planting in front of the retaining wall, so it would be partially obscured.
So like so, not sloping.
yeah, and Stephen, can you go back one sheet earlier to C 4.0? So this CC that we're talking about here, just pause right there, is
Right.
right along that front side. So that's really the predominant wall that we're gonna see. Thank you. So there.
So that elevation from Gang Road, would there be a severe slope at that point coming up?
And if it's 6 feet tall, does it need a railing?
Yes.
A 42-inch railing on top of that 6 foot wall?
It would require that. And I think that's something we could study too. How to soften that. I mean, you could do it with plant material, obviously, of course, but then you could actually slope back from the back sidewalk to the wall itself.
And the entrance of that driveway from Gang Road is going to need to be sloped pretty significantly upward pretty quickly.
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that portion of the site adjacent to Gang is the lowest portion of the property, so it has the highest amount of retaining right there.
I
And
see
as
the
you just
2%,
transition-
but what is the? And what is the slope here? I see over here is 2%. No.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, come in that entry road right there. Yeah, I mean, it's not a significant grade. It's just the change of elevation occurs within that entry area the most. And so the buildings 64 and 65 will have kind of the largest amount of retaining adjacent to gang. The rest of the perimeter up there on the north side and on the western side is about on average 2 to 3 feet of retaining.
So a section through here would be, the building is sitting up on the ground, like 6 feet up. The road down here is sloping, and then what's happening, it looks like that's a stormwater treatment area. Is that up at the 6 foot plus or
No, that's
down
down,
here?
that's down at the street grade there. Yeah,
So
so
then-
there'll be some planting adjacent into the basin area, the bioretention area, and then adjacent to the wall to obviously screen that. But the road is rising
Mhm.
up, so the grade will be reduced as you come into the project there.
So the little sidewalk entering these units are over here. I am this little person walking on the sidewalk, and there's a 6 foot drop on the side.
There would need to be a rail. Correct, at the most extreme edge, closer to gang, that's correct.
Sorry, that's the townhouse, assuming 3 stories, and then you'd also need a fence there.
Right.
Good scale.
Guardrail,
Sorry.
yes.
There we go.
Look at you with your colors. Yeah.
You know, while we're talking about this, the retention area you pointed out is lower in that area. What about for the rest of the site? How is the detention? I understand it's a lot of the center courtyard is also detention, right?
There's the centralized underground treatment system that is beneath the central courtyard area. So it won't be exposed. It'll be allowed for usable open space on top of it.
Is it all silver cells in that grid that we're seeing?
That is correct.
Okay.
How do you do that? I mean, I've seen other detention areas within courtyards and looking at townhomes, and it's usually a recessed area on the surface, which is kind of a left
They're
raw.
proposing silver
Yeah,
cells.
these are
treatment.
subsurface features.
How's that done? Piping down below?
Correct.
And then in conjunction with the uncompacted soil and the plant system growing through it, that's what provides the treatment aspect.
Can I jump in with a question on landscape while we've got the landscape guy up here? Okay, can you pause on any one of those sheets that shows so scooching up a little bit, Stephen, to the green area? Okay, do we have a better image nearby? That's all right, just zoom in on that one, we'll call it a day. Right there, perfect. All right, so we've got this sort of green area here, the main common area. We have this secondary one here, and then we have this tiny little one over there. Is that accurate?
There's that one, and then the other one I was talking about is actually closer to the to the parking.
Is it there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then because you have the tower over in this top zone, you don't really have capacity to go in there and do stuff. Is that correct?
Correct. So it'll be vegetated, but per PG&E's guidelines for what's allowed underneath their.
Is there any
There,
possibility for
wires.
like barbecue, picnic tables, anything like that? Or is it really like sort of a no-fly zone?
Yeah.
Okay. That's a bummer. I'm just checking. And then the question would also be, so this last little triangle here, hang on, let me do that in another color. Listen, thank you for complimenting my colors. The green triangle over there, is that basically the trash enclosure, something like that? So that's not going to be park area? Okay. All right. I think that's my questions for now. I do have a lot more comments on typology, but I wanted to touch base on the landscape while you guys were up there. Thank you.
And if I may, Board Member Hirsch, there is a section detail of what that stormwater would look like on the screen, as well as on C6 in the plan set.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a question to the architect. Can you walk us through the material selections and the color wise? It seems like the townhome are pretty dark colors, so could you please let us know the consideration of the colors?
Yes, the consideration of the colors, most of the color is within the single family, or I guess the detached townhouses. In order to just emphasize the architecture in the community, sometimes color can be a distraction. So at least on the townhouses, having a fairly consistent desaturated color palette was the avenue that we decided to choose for that. With the main colors of the darker color that you're probably referencing, limited to some of the accents or more kind of pop out elements.
Were there considerations taken when selecting the colors based on the ecological impacts? Because this is next to the baylands, there's bird migratory paths in this area, things like that. Were any of the colors sort of selected with that in mind, or was this just sort of a color palette selected because it looked pretty? And no judgment either way, just sort of curious what the thinking is behind it.
Yeah, I mean, there is consideration for the bird safety impact in all of the windows and glazings and for the different pop outs. I will say it was taken into consideration, albeit probably minor at that point.
And then, of course, I'm always going to ask my question, if you've ever seen me talk about white colors and light reflective values, do you know the LRV of the snowbound color?
I do not, but we could find that out.
That'd be great, thank you.
If I can jump in on the color selections, I had the same thought that they're, especially the large expanses like we're seeing on the elevation here of very dark colors, is that, and I know we have like BLN standards to consider as well. It seems not just dark, but a very stark black and white pattern. But I guess my question is, like, with such dark colors, have you considered what the heat gain effect would be in these homes, or are you increasing insulation value or otherwise to counteract that?
At this point in time, with the color values as they are, there are many considerations for energy efficiency at different levels between the white and the dark. Taking into consideration the complete solar heat gain, I will say that there is that, but also a lot of glazing is where a lot of solar heat gain comes into. I mean, there's a thermal value of natural, it's going to absorb a little bit more energy from it being darker. But working with our energy consultants, I would say glazing may have a bigger impact in that than the color. But we can confirm that if that's something, if that's an energy item that you'd like clarification on, we could explore that more with them and get answers.
Absolutely, like all the energy modeling that my engineers do, they'd never ask about the color of the building. It's purely about material, but we, for all the good reasons, we try not to go super dark with roofs and walls for the obvious, dark absorbs heat thing. So I just want to make sure you're considering that other than our concerns about how dark these buildings are. Looks beautiful in the renderings, but I am concerned about it.
I'm going to jump in here if that's all right to Stephen and Claire. Do we have, so I remember when we were doing the Mercedes-Benz project, part of the appeal was actually that it was so dark because it was situated right next to the Baylands. So I guess, I don't know if you guys, I don't mean to give you a pop quiz here. For the Bayland standards, what are the requirements in terms of light values and things like that? Because typically, don't we want darker next to the Baylands instead of lighter? Avoid bright reflective colors, including white, allow wood to weather to gray, allow materials to rust to dark brown. And then back to the architect on that note. The wood material, this Trespa, I apologize, I'm less familiar with it. Is it true wood? Is it engineered? It looks pretty engineered from the side cut.
It is like a composite.
Okay.
It isn't engineered.
And will it weather?
No.
Okay. And then back to staff, it says allow wood to weather to gray. Is that a requirement or is that a recommendation? Right, because in this regards, I actually think that the coloration of this, I'm going to slow this up so that, that people can see it. It's truly a wood color. And if it remains this way, I don't think that there's a complaint on that front. So I'm just sort of curious what the requirement of that weathering to gray really, is it a hard stop? Is it a suggestion?
Right. So I think that first sentence probably frames it, suggested to reflect some of these, preserving some of that unique character landscape. So I don't think it's a hard stop that it has to weather, but just try to keep in mind and have that consideration that, there are those salt laden winds coming in that area, and materials should be thinking that.
So on that note, if this stays this color and weathers well with the salt laden winds, they should be good to go. In theory, if we agree, of course.
So regarding that, the black color, it just wanna,
The black is probably the preferred in this color. The white actually would be more of a concern here.
yeah, it's,
Okay.
for me, it's kind of the contrast between the black and the white. Like, I think, you know, I think black is also very dark, but I think especially because it's right next to that bright white, it sticks out.
The statement in bold right here, use only muted natural colors. I mean, ideally, it would have said like muted natural, not just colors, but like, you know, minimize contrast, I should say, because black, white, you know, almost black is, while it's not a bright color, it is still not a muted effect. And especially with the black and white contrast, I think you and I are in the same place with that. It's, while you're not, you know, putting a pink and purple on it, it's still a very high contrast and does not really go with the.
It doesn't
you know,
read as
natural look of-
muted
It does
because of
not
the
read as
contrast.
muted. Yeah, exactly. And I also have the same concern on the other end of the spectrum on the very bright white on these boards here.
Are the colors on the detached better?
Personally, yes, because while you still have dark on those, it's a much smaller percentage. And the blue versus the dark gray is more like, you know, less of a contrast than, but I do have concerns with that blue to the bright white next to it. So I would, my personal recommendation would be to go, beige and stuff is usually not my favorite, but I think in this context, having a little bit of earthier tone on that wall and minimizing contrast would be more compatible with the site you're at.
There was a rendering in your presentation that is not included in the deck. Can you pull it up? There were two. I think the first one I thought was very pretty, and you know, for the colors. Is there a way to pull that up?
I believe that we have it on the screen. Oh,
No, the full photorealistic rendering.
sorry, I'm sharing a limited view of my laptop, so let me go back. It's on my screen, but now it's on yours.
Yeah, like maybe because it's a rendering, but you know, the white is not as visible, and also it's not contrasting with the black. So I think here maybe it works better. Probably, I mean, if it was me, I would probably choose a more like more of an off-white instead of white. But I think the blue and the wood and the gray, I think this is also a different gray that you have here compared to the board. This is more of kind of a light gray, earth gray. Yeah, like versus the board. So I think the rendering is pretty, but the board is different. So can you make the board like the rendering? Yeah, like, because I think I don't know how to paint on this. That's Kendra's specialty. Let me try. Like this one. I mean, is that supposed to be this?
Yeah.
Like I think on the rendering it looks like gray, and you know it looks okay, but here it's like super duper dark.
Sure. That's an easy fix that we can get that closer on the material board, closer to what's showing in the rendering.
And
if
also the
that's
blue, you know, maybe because if the sunshine that you are putting on it is less dark than here. So I think this picture, is this muted? What?
Yeah, it looks like it's like washed out or sort of overexposed almost, I would say. Is there a second photorealistic rendering we could take a look at as well?
I believe there was, so.
There was another, yeah,
There we
this
go.
one.
Yeah, thank you.
Again, here, this is not black, like this is very different from the board. You know, this is a gray, I would say, instead of black, and instead of white, you are using light gray.
Okay. We can definitely take that. I mean, color is an easy thing, especially in that tone to make adjustments on that. That's an easy ask of us to look at.
Yeah, and I think like the whites in this and the previous view as well is still a little bright for the context. I mean, like I said before, I love the composition, but in the particular context, I think it feels a little too bright, especially these, high up ones, which you're asking for a height increase over, to 42 feet in terms of visibility, again, from the bay lens. I think just a bit more carefulness. You can have white umbrellas, I suppose.
Put neon yellow ones up there. Actually, Musam, would you recommend that these upper portions be a darker gray so that they fade?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't want to put too much restriction on you guys, but I don't know, like in this elevation, looks like these pop-ups are a little bit behind the front, right? So yeah, I think like if it's on the same plane, then like we're kind of dictating how you design, but if it's stepped back, I would say, yes, going a little bit more darker to kind of recess that even more, both in this view and for the longer views from the bay lens. That would be really good. Thank you.
Since we are talking about the materials, I have a kind of a detailed questions about the material selection. So can we go to sheet A28?
Bear with me while I pull that up.
Sure, take your time.
'28?
28, yeah. So I want to know the materials that is between the windows and between the dark panels. Yeah, this one. So the wood one and and also between the windows. It seems like on the wooden one, the molding between the windows are match the dark color. I'm not sure if there's brick panel or just painted, but on the blue scheme, it seems like you bring the color.
Oh, are you talking about just the color between the windows going all the way up? I think on the other scheme, if you wanted to do that, we could that one, yeah, we could make that light color go all the way up to match the blue scheme. That would be probably a cementitious panel since this is siding.
Right, yeah.
It would be something that matches, like a trim piece, a cementitious trim piece that matches.
And what's this color at the corner? Is it painted?
That'll be a cementitious trim because it's so narrow for the siding to wrap most likely. But it'll be a cementitious trim that matches the siding color there.
Okay, thank you.
On this, oh, sorry, on this picture, like this in the stucco, you seem to have those horizontal and vertical lines. The black lines. So is that is it kind of part of the design or something that you specify the location of those, like also on the side? Like here, they seem to be like more irregular.
Yeah, so
talking about the joint lines?
Sorry?
The joint lines?
Yeah, the joint, yeah. So they look kind of, I think it's a nice part of the design. So I just want to make sure, those things actually happen.
Yeah.
As opposed to have like a whole wall just with stucco without any lines.
Yeah, those lines would be part of the design. On any stucco, part of it is a control joint so you can control where cracks are, so you're not getting a big jagged crack on the edge. So that is part of the design that we'd be putting those control joints there that would be visible in order to help cracking and to accentuate the design and break up some of these stucco wall faces.
So are you intending a trim piece or like the actual visible, like a recess or something in this at the corner? Or is that just a line off the corner of the building?
That's just a line of the corner of the building.
And then how do you have, typically when you have a horizontal joint and turn the corner, what does that look like?
Let me double check.
Like if you have a vertical trim down at the outside corner, then yes, you could dye the two. But if it's just building corner, then how do you
Yeah,
terminating
I
the
quite
horizontal.
like that offset. I think that that's actually a nice detail to try
Yeah,
and
which
aim
would
for.
require a trim
Yeah.
to make that real.
Yeah, so on the plan 3, this is a plan 3 on this one. The floor plan is on A33. There is actual a framing little furred out wall, so there is a little bit of articulation, so it's not just a flat wall there.
Board member Joe Dorothy, I hit your little garbage can button. Thank you.
Yeah, so there, and then on the first floor as well, you'll see part of the furred out wall that we have there. So you get a really nice shadow line of added material and framing there.
Is that's not where we just were in the elevation? Yeah, we were down in that corner.
So I think it's the.
Yeah, I think we were talking about that exterior corner and how those two come together versus that shadow line.
So if you go back to A28, sorry.
Yeah, the shadow line you're talking about is the fatter line
Yeah.
back there,
Yeah.
but we're talking about the outside corner.
Which outside corner? The.
We're
Yeah.
all-
so
we're all
that
drawing on
interior
it at
wall,
once
that,
now.
Like that kind of tower element, that's the part that's furred out to provide some separation. So the color has a natural corner to actually die into of that, between the dark and white. And so there actually is a plane change there, just a slight plane change.
Sorry, so I thought that your plane change is right here at this black line that I've now highlighted in pink. Stephen?
Yeah.
And then I think part of the question, and actually stay right where you are, Stephen. So see how that line right there goes straight across around that corner, right where I've highlighted in pink, and there's another one right down here as well that highlighted in pink. Now, Stephen, if you'll kindly scroll up just a smidge. There we go. So this control joint jumps down to that one. And I guess the question is, how's that going to work right at that edge? It doesn't have to do with the shadow line. It has to do with turning that actual corner.
We can move that. We can move that control joint up to align with it.
What if we don't want you to?
It does seem like a one-off though. I guess as just a design idea, if you were to have this offset lines as, and I see it in a few other places too, if that's truly the intent, it's a collection of, stucco trim accessories to make that happen. Or if, like you answered earlier, if it's just a corner, then that offset is gonna not really look good once you actually install it. If you have a horizontal control joint that does not match up with the other horizontal control joint. So I think what Kendra is saying is this, like the offset composition has an appeal. So if you were to take that further and see what stucco accessories you can use to make that happen, not just in this one location, but around your buildings.
Okay, so really, I think what I'm hearing is how we've utilized the control joints for articulation and kind of an artistic point on these elevations. You like some of that offset, and so to possibly explore how we could continue that for added artistic character on these elevations.
Right, and it's making sure that that detail works, right, without being sloppy.
Yep.
Sorry, guys, I really have to harp on this for one more second. So this area here and this area here, you're saying are going to be hardy panels that are painted to match because they're too skinny.
It could be. We needed to, so this, it could be, we need to talk with, we could fine tune these details. Sometimes when it gets too skinny, you can't actually physically nail that hardy piece there.
Yeah, I guess I would just want to see the consistency between like it looks like there's siding shown in those two skinny little elements there. Maybe that's one board turned sideways instead, right? And then again, here, this area actually looks thinner than these areas here. So I would just want to really understand where it's going to be a hardy panel versus where it's going to be siding. And then Stephen, if you don't mind, do me a favor, scroll sideways to the other one as well. Perfect, thank you. How this one's black here and this one's blue here, and just the intentionality of it, and whether or not there's going to be any black moments on these white elements. Just a clarification. Again, it's not something that you have to have fully decided. Say these are pretty small details in the grand scheme of things, but just sort of understanding what the intention is, why this one's done this way in a checkerboard and this one's done with the verticals, why you're doing it in one place versus another, and then just to be sort of intentional with which one you're choosing where and.
Sure.
And I think it's even more critical in the areas where you have the wood look, like this looks really jarring. Yeah. Versus if it's painted hardy, like smooth painted color versus grain of wood.
I totally
to
agree
go
with
the
that.
siding. Yeah.
What we can do is talk with the manufacturer, especially on that, the Trespa on that wood colored siding, and look at what their minimum recommendations are. And maybe it is a play on, do we shift these windows and play with that a little bit so we can get that look, but we can evaluate all that.
Thank you. What happened on top of the, I think, is it stair, or it seems like the parapet wall has a different treatment compared to the other ones? It has a little bit overhang there, or what is that?
I just think that is a graphical error, but it will just be a straight parapet. It doesn't need to come out like
The
that.
detail should be the same as the other
Yes.
walls. Okay, thank you.
And through the chair, I do have some sort of bigger picture items that I wanted to discuss,
Sure,
especially in
yeah.
regards to typology. And I actually remember
Yeah,
I snarfled
that's
at
good
David
to
at one previous meeting for getting into that too late in the game. And I want to make sure that we're not getting into the weeds here before we're looking at the whole big picture. So it would now be a good time to
Yeah,
dive
please
into
go
that a little
ahead,
bit?
yeah.
Perfect,
That's also
okay.
the next item.
Perfect.
we want to talk about.
So my big thing is, I take a bit of an issue, just to be quite blunt about it, with the concept that a front-loaded townhouse versus a rear-loaded townhouse are two different typologies. A townhouse is a townhouse. We're pretty good on that. Now, attached versus detached, I would buy off on that. But was there any consideration for having like a single area that would be an apartment complex or something along those lines? And Stephen, if you don't mind jumping to 8.6, I have a hard time saying that today. I don't know why. 8.6. So again, was there consideration for like potentially making, oh, that's terrible with the pink, hang on one second. Making potentially this one here be one big apartment complex, something like that, just to again, or maybe it's this one here that becomes some odd shaped sort of funky thing. Was there consideration for making any of these smaller condos or apartments or something like that, or even duplexes might be slightly different than just front loaded versus rear loaded?
Yeah. We decided pretty early on, and I alluded to this at the beginning, that we were not going to lean into a big multifamily project, and small multifamily projects tend to be quite inefficient to build. And frankly, I think someone alluded to the fact we'll have an HOA, it gets extremely complicated. From a diversity of product type, we were focused because I think as staff alluded to, we're trying to preserve the density on the site and how to achieve those goals on diversity of product type. And we were focused a lot on unit size, wide range of unit size. And then Darian alluded to this, the livability of the units, they're different from the rear loaded. They're not like the exact same things. That said, it's something, I'm grateful we have this opportunity today. We've got time to take these comments back, think about it, make changes. I don't think multifamily is feasible here. And multi-story condos, I mean, part of what we're trying to do, given the adjacency to the Baylands, was to keep the heights relatively low. We could do state density bonus law and go really tall. We don't want to do that. We don't think it fits there. We're trying to create a kind of coherent community here. Duplexes, I guess we have to, that's something maybe we could think about a little bit. I think of the diversity, almost all of these read to me like modern Victorians. That's how I always think of townhomes. And there's a lot of diversity in that product type across the Bay Area. But we can think about that, but I do think like a multi-family project would not be feasible.
Okay.
Could I jump in here?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I had the same idea, Kendra, as you did, that some portion of this project should have a mix of another prototype, which really would be a multifamily element. And there's a lot of good reasons, Mr. Cohn, a lot of good reasons why that's a very good idea here. If I might, I'd just like to read you a little bit of something here. If you substitute a single four-story multiple dwelling in place of the 50, 51, 52, and 53. Those are all the parallel to each other on the side yard. And provided tenant parking below grade. I'll admit it's a different type of construction. You fill the upper floors with 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. I estimate this single building, you could add over 20 units to the project. You'd have to figure it out in plan, but 1 and 2 bedroom apartments make a lot of sense in that kind of building. Total of 145 is what you've got right now, but you could add 20 to that. This seems to me to be units for families with handicapped members, for example, which you can't get into these houses. And elderly couples, maybe downsizing couples, and newcomers to the city who can't afford to buy the whole house, but can afford to buy an apartment, who are perhaps only going to stay a shorter period of time, but nonetheless, they want to live in this kind of a building. On people who maybe have no children and want to keep a 2-bedroom apartment with guests, and that would satisfy their need, or they have 1 child and don't want to have more. You know, I lived in a neighborhood in Brooklyn, Park Slope neighborhood. Do you know that one?
I know it very well. My mother went to Erasmus High School.
Somehow or other, every time I talk to somebody out here, they have a connection to Brooklyn. And
That's
know
Flatbush,
my
not
neighborhood.
Park Slope.
So you spent some time there and you know the neighborhood as well.
I do.
And you know, that kind of a neighborhood has quite a mix. In the house next to my brownstone, I started off with the in-between with somebody above me and somebody below me. And then when I took the top 3 because I had a couple of kids and they needed bedrooms. And it's an incredible neighborhood, by the way. So, which I actually miss a lot. But in any case, you know, I think what I'm trying to say is I think there's a whole lot of population out there who would love to have a little bit of that mixture into this kind of a dwelling. And I hope you know, I know cost is going to be an issue, different kind of construction, maybe even a different construction company. I don't know how you work on that. And it makes it difficult, but it makes it a better community. Honestly, it really does. And it's more appropriate kind of in the nature of, well, it's not done so much here. You know, I've resented the fact that other projects we've looked at haven't had that opportunity to use, but you've got a lot of units here, a lot of space. I also want to take a step back and say that in terms of site planning, you're going to have, how many kids do you think you'll have here? Maybe 120, 150 kids, 200 kids, you know, with all those bedrooms, you're going to have a lot of kids. And so far you haven't sort of planned play areas for the kids, you know, and you're far from, well, you've got a big open space for baseball, or soccer, or some of those kinds of sports, but you're going to have a ton of little kids and they need a place, right, folks, with kids here?
Yeah. Let's get them out of the house.
You really need that. And, you know, I think you answered the question in terms of the site planning where you're going to put the detention underground. I mean, I was sort of thinking you could also put it on the roofs. There's ways of doing that. I don't know how the city figures their detention, but you could put it on the roof, or you could put it under the paving, let's say in the parking areas where it isn't a major issue that you're concerned with, but parking areas oftentimes have change in paving, which we've noted in some of the townhouse structures. So in any case, I'm thinking of the use of the open area there. But my biggest concern really, and I let everybody else talk about the textures and the materials and the outsides, but my biggest concern is to mix the project and to consider please consider this, it's really, really important to have a mixed project here. Among other things, we've got a crisis in the city, right, to provide units. So if we could provide, and I think you'd be able to, an extra 20 units on this project, it counts towards our housing requirement here.
Yeah, on that note, I would like to support David's comments on this. And that being said, I would also like to commend you. I feel that oftentimes we do, as the ARB, see a lot of these buildings that come in with 200, 300 units, and it's just the apartments. So I actually, huge hats off to you guys for trying to figure out a way to do a community-oriented space like this. I actually personally am a huge fan. But I think there is an opportunity, and also just to look at that front area, if nothing else, let's just focus on that front area for a minute. With a 6-foot retaining wall in the front, and again, I'm sort of going to bounce back and forth between applicant and staff. Is there any possibility to do an underground garage there instead of the 6-foot tall retaining wall? I'm seeing Stephen shake his head no, so we really have to keep everything above that.
Correct.
Ugh, okay. But maybe there's a
only on mixed use. You can't have a underground garage when you're not doing mixed use.
And so if they were single family apartments, right, smaller, 2-bedroom units, and again, for aging population, I think of also along David's vein, I think that's a really smart way to use that maybe there's, even if it's 3 stories tall and there's 4 units per floor, something that simple. But again, I think that can be just a different layout. Whether or not you even change the amount of spaces is just having a different layout so people can be more single floor living. I have aging parents myself in their 80s, and single floor living would be much more favorable for people like them. And then keeping it to that front side. So again, if this is a higher density, great. If it's not, great. But just something that's a little bit different so that not everybody's having to hike up and down these stairs of an internal townhouse design. Food for thought.
No, I appreciate it. And I'll take the easier one first. The easiest one of the 3, I was in Brooklyn 2 weeks ago. It's the best place in the world. Better than Manhattan all day long. 2, we have given some thought, and we'll go back. I do believe it is our hope that there'll be a lot of families here. So I think the idea of finding a place for a tot lot or something a little more active is something we should take back. I will reiterate, I believe operating multifamily as part of this project would be very, very difficult operationally, financially, from a construction perspective. We've built a number of these types of projects along the 101 corridor, actually all east of the 101. There is a product type that we did in a project in San Mateo, which was were stacked flats, which was single floor living. They were challenging. We did it in mind, thinking about seniors in particular, people who are downsizing. That's something that I'd be happy to go back to the team. And for us, it is something we explored with, and it was frankly the most difficult product to sell. It was an elevator building. But I hear you loud and clear. We are hyper focused here on meeting the needs of first-time home buyers in Palo Alto. I will say, I hope you guys are going to see me quite a bit more, because we have other projects coming in Palo Alto that are multifamily. And I believe there are going to be thousands of units of multifamily built in Palo Alto that desperately need to come here. I just think trying to shoehorn it into this project with its sets of goals may be frankly infeasible operationally for us. But I hear you loud and clear. We'll go back and talk it through, and maybe there are even more nuanced changes we can make in thinking about bedroom counts, other things in that regard.
I appreciate your thoughtful response. On that note, the concept of duplexes, right? Just again, food for thought for consideration.
Can I ask a question? I asked Darian, but I got called up. What is an architect's definition of a duplex?
Basically, instead of the row of townhouses that are all attached with multiple party walls, there's a single party wall between 2 units. So that would be, unless anyone has a disagreement with that, but that would be the sort of rough definition of that. And then on that note, because these ones don't have that backyard and they're going to be utilizing that side yard, it might actually be better because you're able to sort of potentially increase that side yard, and maybe it's the front half and the back half and it's more of a square versus two long linear, right? An 8 foot or 10 foot long 10 feet by 40 foot is a side yard, right? And it works, but there might be some way to sort of maneuver this a little bit differently to make those side yards a little bit more inviting or habitable. And again, that's up to you guys and the landscape architect. And for what it's worth, I think that hats off to the landscape architect. I would like to say, I think that it's been very thoughtful. I do like the idea of a playground or a tot center or something like that. But just, again, just sort of to better understand the typologies here and not just to say front loaded versus back loaded really is the final answer. It's possible that maybe just this group is duplexes, and that's sort of accomplishing what you guys are trying to accomplish. I would just say, I want to push you guys a little harder to try to evaluate that. And if the answer is that this being an apartment or these three being an apartment is a hard no, then do us the understanding of push yourselves a little more and just try and see what you can come up with that might vary this up a little bit. But overall, the architecture is quite interesting. So
just to chime in on the comment about the duplexes as well. While in this development, like you have basically the difference between a detached and a non-detached townhomes that you're providing here is one is whether you get a side yard or backyard. And then the other is the detached ones get some windows on their sides, right? So creating duplexes is basically providing more of these, like they're detached, but they're not like single family homes, they're still townhomes. So the one benefit I see to what Kendra is saying is like by closing the gap between two of them, then you have the possibility of providing more side yards, so providing more benefit in the same typologies that you're basically building, but checking that third box of having three typologies, right? So while I totally hear you in terms of the the marketability, the long-term management, like you pass on a property like this to an HOA management versus apartment building is a whole other setup. And based on all of your floodplains and everything, I don't see a below grade garage and all that's working for you here. But I think using, not necessarily a duplex typology as a benefit per se, but using that to provide more of that side yards to more of the occupants here, I think would be a huge benefit.
Thank you. I'd like to just get back because I think of this a little differently than you do, the idea of having a multiple dwelling. You have an opportunity here, for example, you have a whole community, and we mentioned that playground or some things like that, but you also have a community that all might want to get together at some point as a group. They might have certain talents that are entertainment-wise worth having. And you could take a multiple dwelling, this idea of a sort of a 4-story apartment building, and turn some of the ground floor into public use space for the community. It's a pretty significant sized community here. And I'm sure they're going to want to have community meetings at some point, or committees that get together and improve the quality of the life there for whatever reason. And there's really good reason to mix the community with a multiple dwelling. So, if you are building a lot of buildings, I hope you will really consider this, because it changes the whole character of a development. It makes it's easier for you to sell the houses as houses. I'm sure about that. But still in all, you have to think about the life of the community after you leave and they all own it. And they need more attention to these sort of things. Mixing of the population is simply a democratic idea, So please consider that.
I appreciate that. And look, as a company, we have, to take a phrase from Brooklyn, we made our bones as mixed-use developers. But not everything works in every site. And this site has a series of constraints, and having built this type of product in other places in the peninsula, I just want to be honest with you. I think that's going to be really hard for us. And when you can't do underground parking, that now you're in a garden apartments or wrap, and it gets very, very challenging. I will say we have focused a lot and less on the letter of the law of what 2 or 3 or 4 typology means. But one of the things we've learned, because having done this before, we have a very good sense as to what buyers in these communities up and down the peninsula are really interested in. We have recent current evidence that this type of product is very attractive to new families, first-time home buyers. Our focus on, and there is a real premium on diversity of unit size and having some different feels, but I hear loud and clear the direction to go back and look harder at duplexes, and we will. These guys will educate me what a duplex is, and then we'll talk about the feasibility and practicality of that. I just want to be very upfront that I think that line of conversation is much more likely to be fruitful than trying to inject a multifamily component in a for sale product at this location. I can promise you there are other sites that we're involved with in the San Antonio area road plan, for example, that lend themselves exactly for what you're describing. I'm not sure it's feasible here.
And if I may chime in on David's point about, a community room and stuff like that, my first home in the Bay Area was a townhome as well. And, things like having a community room for your birthday parties, having a play structure. And I urge you to not just put the toddler play structure because kids age out of that really fast.
Yeah.
And so like just having the community building spaces, and especially when you live in a small townhouse or even a mid-sized townhouse, having birthday parties in your house is not practical. So having even a community room with an adjacent play structure really adds to the value of that space. So I would urge you to think about that too.
Thanks.
And my last question or comments for this site plan is, while I do like you created different locations for the open space and also the guest parking, I think it's really nice. The only item I'm thinking about is the trash enclosure. So is it possible to add another one on the north side that, well, it seems like the gray area is the easement, and it seems like it's possible for them to shift all those detached ones towards left between 14 and 15. It doesn't need to have that wide.
Yeah. Thank you, Ted Conrad from our team, who's obviously more up on some of these specifics than I am. And he reminded me of something which we have done on other projects, which is we basically have a concierge service that picks up the garbage and takes it. And as a result, our experience on other projects, it's better to have one location. It's just a more efficient use of space. And then when the garbage company comes, it's picking up in one place.
So which means for the tenants living building 64 or 65, they will go all the way
But they pick it up.
through the common space and come to this corner, so there's these people here.
Yeah, we build into the HOA that there's a service, you put your garbage out front, and then the service picks it up and takes it to the
got you.
centralized place.
Okay.
And as a result, that's why we try to put it all in one place. It limits the garbage trucks driving through the whole
That's
site.
nice. Thank you.
So they'll put their private garbage will be within their house, let's say, and they take it out during garbage collection.
In their garages.
Mhm. We've seen that in other places, yeah.
So do we have any final thoughts for this project?
I have a completely different topic,
Sure. Go ahead.
which is about lighting. Because, partly because this is close to the bay, I think light pollution, is a topic. And like, I didn't see any lighting plan here. So one question I have is about light pollution, especially coming from the roof terraces. I would like to understand what kind of light fixtures you have on the top floors. And then also because this is now a pretty densely inhabited area, I'm sure there will be some landscape lighting, which will be needed for safety because there will be a lot of people. But on the other hand, we don't want to go overboard because it's so close to the bay. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah, there is a lighting plan and a photometric calculation in the
Oh, I'm sorry.
documents.
Okay.
And just to add color to that, we've opted into bird safety regulation to define the fixtures and provide the adequate light and safety on the site, but then not interfere with the wildlife, the nearby wildlife component. So there's no uplighting to anything. It's all downlit and covered.
So do you have lighting on the roof terraces?
That I can't speak to.
There will be lighting on the roof terraces, but we can limit that as well to right at the door. From a safety issue, you'll need light at least at that entry door on the roof terraces. But again, we can provide all down lighting, dark sky compliant light fixtures on the building as well.
Yeah, maybe one light at the entrance. Like, a lot of cities have rules around just one light.
Yep.
So I think that would be great. Thank you.
If you guys can humor me for 1 minute, I'd like to just read my list of final thoughts and then again, have people sort of agree, disagree, just because there was a lot that we covered. So just to sort of try and do my best to summarize some of the things that were discussed. So number one would be explore the typologies. We are gonna, ask for that multifamily or whether it's flats, right? Whether that flats typology works as something that's like, instead of being, as you said, stacked townhomes, something like that. If that's something that's feasible, otherwise duplexes, whether it's one row of the yellow or all of the yellow, things like that, right? It's just sort of getting a little bit of variation there, I think is well worth the exploration.
Hey, Kendra, can I ask you a clarifying question? So is our goal to increase density? And like, should the ask be or the comment be like?
That's a really good
It's like,
question.
go from 145, try to go to 170 or, and then figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
Is it by reducing bedrooms or flats or duplex or like whatever it is?
So there's typically two goals with this. One is to increase density. I think that like the argument that they're making that this is, for new home buyers and honestly, personally, I think that we see far more multifamily apartments with 1 and 2 bedrooms and studios. Who's going to live in a studio long-term, right? So seeing townhomes, I'm actually delighted to see this. And I think that this is a huge benefit to this area and a huge benefit to the city. That being said, to David's point, right, we want to have multiple generations be able to be here. And I think of my parents, they can't truck up and down 3-story flights of stairs over and over again every day. So having something that could integrate more of, maybe it's not increasing density, but it's increasing the distribution of population, right? So somebody that is maybe needs something that's ADA accessible, have family friends that are in wheelchair bound, things like that, that they really need that capacity to be able to maneuver around. So again, just being able to provide for sort of a more diverse population, I think is the goal in this instance, rather than increasing density. Right. In my mind. Go ahead.
So just on the townhouse and just by code, aren't you required to have certain percentage convertible to accessible anyway?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Aren't you required to have a certain number? Maybe your architect can help you with this.
Yeah,
You're required to have them convertible.
On the townhouses itself, you do have to have 10% adaptable, which is really addressing entryways. So a wheelchair could get in and the bathrooms. And so they could at least maneuver on the first floor. In terms of code perspective, even in single family detached, they have put in regulations for aging in place.
Yes.
And so bathrooms, doorways, hallways, all need to be prepped to be able to also handle wheelchairs. At least one of those bathrooms and bedrooms and bathrooms in each single family detached
and at ground level. I don't know how it is with
Not
townhomes. With
required.
residential, it's ground level, so.
It's not, if you don't have a bedroom or bathroom on the ground level, it can't be on the ground level.
Right, because if it's garage.
Right, so it's wherever it's feasible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Please go
By the
ahead.
way, I apologize for interrupting.
Please.
I have to leave. I'm very sorry to have to do this. But I know we're not done. We've got the whole team here. I actually thought we were starting at 8:30, so I'm late already. But thank you. I want to say really, I'm grateful. Staff encouraged us to do an extra early hearing, and it's super helpful to get your feedback. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your time, and you're in good hands with your team over there, so I'm sure they'll update you afterwards. So moving on, just a better explanation of the grading, where it's going to be, which heights, I'm looking at the landscape architect here, what those walls will look like, and just a little bit more understanding of where we're really going to have different heights, what the railings are going to look like as they sit on top, where you're going to need that extra additional railing and where you're not. Lighting analysis, again, we've got a good one started here, having a little bit more specifics on that, please, just so that we can really understand how that's going to go, and making sure that you're compliant with Bayland regulations, because this is pretty sensitive land area you guys are building on. Material exploration, I think everyone wants to see maybe the blacks aren't quite so black and maybe the whites aren't quite so white, but just a better exploration of that. Not saying you have to throw everything out the window, and just for what it's worth, personally, I think that what you came up with is actually stunning. It's just because you're in the Baylands, it's a little trickier with that bright, bright white and that dark, dark black. But anywhere else in the city, I'd be fully on board. Something we haven't really touched on, bike racks. There was 3 noted on the landscape plan. I'd like to understand how many how many? 16 spaces.
There's 16 racks.
Oh, there's 16 racks.
32 spaces.
Okay, perfect. That's what I wanted to know. And
Kendra, don't you
Please.
think that when you have a garage, you'll be able to keep bikes in your?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And just, again, it's not that there's anything wrong at the moment. It's just these are things that we've, over the multiple projects, we've come back to again and again. So giving them a heads up so that they're
Should be
prepared.
extras for sure. Yeah.
Right. For short term, like when your friends come to visit, when the kids are with these 200 kids running around, when their little friends come over and bike over, where can they put their bikes? So just a more comprehensive understanding of what that's going to look like for the next presentation, right?
Actually, if I
Please.
may just chime in on that, I know like you're required to have only space for 1 per unit in the garage, and you are providing that. Is that correct, Claire? 1 per unit is required, right?
Correct.
And having lived in a townhome with little kids, you have 4 bikes, not 1. So just thinking about that, and like you are trying to build a community where people can raise their kids, and I think it's really important.
And a stroller. And
Yeah, or, you know, it
the kids
changes
have.
from stroller space to
Yeah,
bike
yeah.
space
Yeah.
to, then they start driving like my kid. Yes. But yeah, just plan for, if you could, please find, plan the garage space to be able to hang bikes more than 1. That'd be really fantastic.
Okay, and continuing on, trash, we often ask about trash. We often ask about how that's going. And again, you guys touched on that, but just so you know, for next time, those are things that we do evaluate over and over and over again. On that note, Amazon pickups and deliveries, this is a little bit different because townhouses, they're basically going to be able to go to the same spots. But if there is a community center in the future, is there potential for that? So just keeping those items in mind are things that we definitely look at with the circulation items like that. So I see that you've got multiple guest parking spaces. Is one of those designated as loading and unloading? Is one of those designated as Amazon pickup? Or is it just sort of, they put their hazards on, deliver and move along? Just so that, again, we are going to ask those questions. So to give you the heads up. Signage is also something here. I noticed that you had the one sort of U-shaped or curved signage. And again, there might be more stations where you're going to have multiple units of signage. We would want to understand that. We often have rules and regulations for how big those signs are, what they look like, things like that. So we would want to understand that. And then, sorry, I didn't mean to throw that away. And then roof decks. I think that that's something that we all are going to have some pretty strong opinions on in terms of railings. Of course, you have to comply with fire codes, rules, regs, lighting on those roof decks. What if people throw up those fairy lights all over the place? Is that going to be allowed? What if there's an umbrella up there and it's a windy day and that goes flying off? Like, how is that going to be sort of handled to some extent? So just railings, fire, lighting rules. Anything else I missed, guys? Or anything you want to add?
No, not really, but as far as the rooftop garden, I think they did really a good job to increase the privacy between the units. they use the stairs, kind of like separated different units and staggered it. I think it's really a smart way to do it.
Yes, I think you're just, one other thing that you might have missed in your summary up here is the idea that maybe since this is such a large piece of property here, 11 acres total, they should have three prototypes, 3 different prototypes. And I think you've suggested, the board has suggested here, the possibility of sort of double duplex, which would be a redesign, but it would mean an alternate to some of the units here. I don't exactly know how many would make it work, but it is an alternate third real possibility here for this project. And we should really emphasize that.
Right, and on your note, whether it's side by side or over, under, or flats, something like that, just to, again, exploring that and seeing what they can come up with.
So you did mention grading. Like for me, I would like to see not only more detail about the grading, but maybe a different kind of the grading. Because I think a 6-foot wall, like if you provide us, with a detail for a 6-foot wall, like for sure it's not going to fly. So I think there has to be like some more thoughts around the grading in general.
Yeah, maybe it's a terraced wall with
Terraced
planting.
wall, or with terrace landscaping, like something. Yeah, something like that. So it has to be kind of human grade, like I think.
Yeah, and on that note, that really is right at Gang Road. That really is the entrance. So like maybe giving the landscape a little bit of square footage back there so that they can go a little bit more creative in that front zone. And that's your entrance to this whole thing, right? So making that something really special, well worth it.
And there's also grading inside the property. I think none of us really understood, but even inside the property, when you are going on the road, some of the homes are elevated. Like the road itself is, there's like a retaining wall next to the road, like even inside the property. So I think even that could be, I don't.
Yeah, that entryway where it sort of curves up, because I think once you get back in, everything's sort of flat to the back half. But right at that entryway, I think that really is a sort of a fussy element that we want to fully understand and make sure it's been thought through. And, if there's a potential for a rendering of it to see what that's really going to look like as you're standing at that road, as you're about to drive in, and just really understanding what that's going to look like with those grade changes in those walls, because that's the most dramatic area for it, is right at that entry.
Even if you have a 2-foot retaining wall in an area that is primarily a living area, like that could look, that might not be good. Maybe it's better to have like some kind of a slope, or rocks, or I don't, something else. Like I'm very worried about the retaining walls. Any height inside the living area, like inside the, how you call it, inside the park.
Well, mostly it's a perimeter wall relative to whatever is outside the property here. So it's really important, as Kendra's emphasizing, that the entry is really, really important.
Yeah.
That's really where you feel it, when you're coming from the lower elevation up. You really don't sort of feel it. Other people will feel it on the outside of the property, right? All the way around. But the entry is really, really important.
I guess which is important too, because, we are affecting the property value and the opportunities that the neighbors face. Yeah,
Mhm.
so I think,
Mhm.
Even the perimeter is important.
Okay.
But overall, well done. I think I can speak for the board saying
Yeah.
Go ahead. Excited to see what happens next.
Thank you, guys. This is a really thorough, early package.
Do appreciate it and create a family-oriented community in the city. I think we need it.
Great.
So do we need to make a motion for this item?
You are not required to. It was an action item, so you are welcome to make a motion, but you are not required to.
How does that work? Right? If we were like, this is great, we're going to approve it, let it move forward, or if we're just like, we hate it,
sorry.
deny it, right? Like, I don't
So
understand what it means.
you can't make a recommendation because the CEQA is not complete, but
Right.
you're welcome to continue to a date uncertain based on the summary of comments you provided and the feedback provided, or
Is it my understanding?
or as a study session, you're not,
Yeah, if I may jump in here. So this was, to clear up some confusion, agendized as a study session.
Yeah.
So no motion is required.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Comments are well received and we'll look forward to coming back.
Thank you. Okay, our final item on the agenda is to approve the meeting minutes for September 4th.
I have
Do we
no
have any-
comments.
No adjustment amendments? The
Motion to approve.
second? Call for vote, please.
Yep. Board Member Hirsch,
Yes.
Board Member Rosenberg,
Yes.
Board Member Jojar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Adcock,
Yes.
Chair Chen.
Yes,
Motion carries 5-0.
all right, thank you. With that, meeting adjourned.